All right, we're live, folks. So we're going to reconvene this meeting of the Joint Appropriations Committee. Next agency for review of their budgets is Agency 42, Wyoming Geological Survey. Aaron Campbell. There you are, Aaron. The floor is yours, or the screen, or whatever you want to do here.
Okay, thank you. Well, I know we're running a little bit late, so I'll be very brief, but my name is Aaron Campbell. I'm the Wyoming State Geologist and Director of the Wyoming State Geological Survey. And the Wyoming State Geological Survey has statutory requirements to study, examine, and understand the geology, mineral resources, and physical features of the state, as well as publish those results and provide geologic services. So what that means in Wyoming is that we are responsible for oil, gas, coal, uranium, trona, bentonite, industrial minerals such as aggregates, limestone, gypsum, sand, iron, precious metals and gems, rare earth elements and critical minerals. We monitor earthquakes, landslides, volcanoes, expansive soils, sinkholes and caves, groundwater and fossils. We do geologic mapping. We also are involved in geotourism, and we provide the information for the Craig forecast for energy and mineral resources. But what I wanted to mention today is that we're also an economic development agency for the state. We work with economic development for energy and mineral resources, which is 50 to 70% of the state revenue, because the mineral industry isn't interested in how good the schools are or how good the restaurants are. They want to know what's in the rocks, and that's where this agency comes in. We are on the front lines with geologists in the field, doing geologic mapping, collecting samples, running analyses, and publishing our results. And we distribute them in the hope that industry will pick up our studies and move to the next stage of exploration, where they invest millions of dollars in exploration in Wyoming. And Wyoming does have mineral resources. The question really is, where are they, which ones, and in what concentration? And that is what this agency does.
So Aaron, a real quick question. You mentioned you're responsible for fossils. Does that include the ones in the legislature?
Well, we are a repository, so if you want to live in our basement, we could make room for you.
All right. Well, we might send some folks over your direction here in the future. But with that, let's jump into your budget, if you would.
Mr. Chairman, isn't that only in the Senate?
No, I'm pretty sure you have some over on the House side, Representative Olson. You're probably just not old enough to recognize what a fossil looks like.
Yeah, I'm old enough.
All right, Aaron, up with the comedy act, but if you jump into your budget for us, we'd appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick overview. In phase 1, we reverted 7% of our budget. Phase 2, we proposed a 10% cut, and phase 3, we proposed a 9% cut, and we have no supplementary budget requests. So with that, we can turn to pages 6 and 7 of our budget, where there's a list of our different priorities. And for the step 2 budget cuts, we primarily did 900, 800, and 200 series budget cuts and 1 vacant position elimination. For step 3, unfortunately, our only option was to move to filled positions. And so that involved 2 filled position eliminations. If we go to page 10 and 11, our step 2 priority 1 was the allocation of special funds from the legislature for $130,000, which we were very grateful to receive, but which we felt was necessary to return in this budget crisis. It was designated for critical minerals research and $50,000 for matching funds for an aeromagnetic study.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Swartz.
Thank you. So Ms. Campbell, you and I have talked about this. I'm a little bit concerned in that we're trying to diversify our economy, and this seems to be a major effort on the part of the Geological Survey to do that by seeking out other minerals besides fossil fuels, and in this case, perhaps vanadium. And I also, there's a significant amount of federal funds, matching funds. Could you touch on that so that we can convince the committee that maybe this isn't the greatest idea?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Representative Schwartz. Well, so the $50,000 we did use to leverage work from the U.S. Geologic Survey to do a $500,000 aeromagnetic study over the Medicine Bow Mountains. And it wasn't a requirement. The matching funds were not a requirement for that study, but the USGS was very pleased that Wyoming was interested enough to pitch in, and it was going to expand the extent of that survey by about 10%. We haven't told them that the funds may not be available. I know that we are still in line to receive them. We've been very good at receiving, at getting the attention of the USGS, who has an initiative out called Earth MRI, which is mapping research initiative that's been focused on critical minerals. And we received $100,000 from them to do work in the Central Laramie Range that we're conducting right now. That has been made a little more difficult with the loss of the economic geologist position, which is my priority 5 here in step 2. We have managed, we have a young entry-level geologist who has really stepped up and honestly has taken this and run with it. It's not the same as having a senior level staff, but she has done an amazing job. So we are managing to continue in that way with the Central Laramie Range project. In the Medicine Bows, we have the Aeromag survey for $500,000 that's still on schedule for 2021. And 2022, we should be receiving another $100,000 for geologic mapping in the Medicine Bows. Additionally, we were going to use the $80,000 to do some work out in central and western Wyoming. We are doing a greatly abbreviated version of that. We're looking at some heavy mineral sands, and we're also looking at some rare earth elements in coals in the Kemerer area. So they're greatly reduced, but we are squeaking by with a little bit of the research that would have funded.
Terrific. Thank you very much.
Continue, Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So priority 2 is our purchase for resale. We have a sales desk where we sell geologic maps and copies of our publications and some other geologic publications. I have reduced that by half. It will just mean fewer things that are for sale there. We don't make any profit from this. It's and all of the money that is generated from it goes directly back to the state. We aren't allowed to charge anything more than the cost of the materials themselves. Priority 3 are contract services. This I reduced by 15.
Go ahead, Co-Chairman.
I have a question. And why aren't you allowed to charge more? And is that something we should fix so you can make a profit on it and or make us more money? And number 2, I'm just curious. It says that it make $15,000 a year in sales, and so by reducing the number of copies, I mean, it looks like it actually kind of makes a profit, but you put the money back into the general fund because you've got $15,000 it makes per year at an estimated cost of $750 or $7,500, kind of a. So, could you kind of fill us in on those 2 things?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The income is very low. Some of it is that the publications that are sold are publications that we create, our maps, and the money for printing the maps comes out of our printing budget, and then the income goes into the sales because so it comes from one object code and goes into another. It's I'm not sure what the statute is that if there's a statute that requires us not to make a profit, And Representative Schwartz and I have talked about the fact that the staff time is involved in this also. It's as we, all of our publications are also available digitally. And so we're getting fewer and fewer requests for publication sales, but maps, people generally prefer to be hard copy.
You're muted, Mr. Co-Chair.
So could you, what I'd like to do is, and Representative Schwartz can help us kind of spearhead this. We want to have you start charging and making a profit on that for both your time and paper. So tell us what we need to do so you can do that.
Thank you,
'Cause
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, so that should be pretty simple.
Mr.
Representative
Chair.
Schwartz, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, the most important thing is finding out if there is a statutory reference, what that reference is. Do it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will look into that definitely.
Okay, continue, Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we move to page 12, our next priority 3 is contract services. And this is the area where we charge out contractors that we use as field assistants in the field. This is the fund where we pay for sample analyses and sample preparation in the case of fossils. And so we will just reduce, this is a reduction of about a third here. So we'll reduce our sample analyses and our field assistants by that amount. We do have some equipment in-house that we are able to run preliminary analyses on our samples, so we can cut down on the samples we need to send out for analysis. And we also have some cooperations with the University of Wyoming that makes our costs lower, but it will mean fewer samples that are analyzed and less field work that's conducted.
So Aaron, can you explain why there'd be a cost with the University of Wyoming? Explain that relationship, if you would, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is a cost to running the equipment. They have a normal fee that is charged for use of the equipment. There are supplies that are destructively used in the case of preparation of the samples and use of the samples. There's wear and tear on the equipment. And the rates are quite low because we are able to actually do the work ourselves. My staff is being trained or has been trained in the use of the scanning electron microscope, the microprobe, and things like that. But there's still a cost to using the equipment that's assessed to anyone.
So are you charged the same cost as a third party?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe we're charged the same amount as someone within the University of Wyoming.
Okay, thank you. Continue.
Thank you. Let's see, then priority 4 on page 13 is where I did a general scrape throughout the entire 200 series budget. If you'd like to look at those in more detail, we can do that on page 17. But essentially what I did was I went through the 200 series and I looked at where we had reverted funds over the past few biennium budgets. And I sort of averaged those out and used that to determine where we could cut funds from that object code. Would you like to go over them in more detail, or is that sufficient?
Continue.
Okay, thank you. Priority 5, the position elimination. This was a difficult decision to come to, but it was necessary. We had a vacant position as an economic geologist. In 2011, the Geologic Survey had 31 staff. Prior to this, we were at 21, and after these reductions, we will be at 18. So it is going to reduce what we can do in terms of our service to the state. We can still meet our statutory requirements, but it will take longer for us to answer requests and provide services, but we can still do them with the reduced staff. So the reduction of this position is the one I discussed earlier, where the entry-level staff member has stepped into the role and is doing a fantastic job, but it definitely has slowed down our productivity in economic geology. Are there any questions on the step 2 reductions?
Let's go to step 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Step 3, these are entirely eliminating filled staff positions. And this was an extremely difficult decision to come to. All of our staff members are valuable and excellent contributors, but I had no more money to cut from any other parts of the budget. So the priority 1 is the position of uranium and mineral research. This person does uranium, trona, and bentonite, and also brings those numbers for the Craig Committee. And it will be difficult to replace this work, but it will be distributed among the remaining staff members. Priority 2 is the reduction of a position in general geology. This is a mid-level staff position who provides geologic assistance to the rest of the staff and also handles our fossil responsibilities. And again, this was a very difficult decision. The work will be distributed to other staff, and it's possible to do this, but again, our productivity will slow across the agency.
Committee, any questions for Aaron? All right, Aaron, it looks like you got us caught up a little bit. We appreciate that. And I think this committee has an appreciation for what it is like to have to go into RIF people. Many of us are many of them are in private sector or have had other employees at one point in time. So we appreciate you making the tough decisions. So thank you. And all right, Aaron, we're on to the next item on the agenda, committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Unlike the next agency. All right, next agency is Agency 41, Fire Prevention and Electrical Safety. Mr. Reed and Mr. Morris. The floor is yours, Mr. Reed.
Director Reed, I don't believe your microphone is on.
There we go. Did I finally unmute myself?
Go ahead, Mr. Reed, we can hear you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. Are you kidding me?
We can hear you, Mike.
I'm sorry, Representative Larson.
We can hear you.
Mr. Reed, will you go ahead and proceed with your budget?
Yes, sir. All right, sir. Am I live finally? Thank you. Yes, sir. As a point of order here, in the room with me is the entire finance department for the State Fire Marshal's office, Justine Morris. Also online, we have the Deputy Director Young and the Chief Electrical Inspector. Any other questions that I can't answer, we have them available. And I know that you're all familiar with the department. I would point out that the Department of Fire Prevention and Electrical Safety is a very small state department with a very small budget. At the beginning of this biennium, we had $6,471,053 with 33 positions and 4 divisions. We made some assumptions that instead of 5%, we were going to have a 10% budget reduction, which would have been approximately $650,000. leaving us $5.8 million general fund budget for the department. Our department budget is mostly salary driven. Other costs have been kept to a minimum over the years. And that, of course, results in a difficulty for us to reduce other programs or equipment purchase, since we've kept those to a minimum over several years. I know that you've gone through a number of these programs and processes, and I think it would probably be best suited to just give an overview of the 4 divisions we have, and then just respond to any questions that you may have about the direction that we've taken and how we've gotten there. The training division at the Wyoming Fire Academy in Riverton was acquired for the purpose of being the central location for training for all aspects of the fire service. We serve both volunteer and career firefighters alike, and it is intended to meet one of our primary statutorily mandated responsibility, which is training of Wyoming firefighters. The electrical division has oversight of all electrical licensing, electrical plan review, and inspections of new and existing electrical installations of public buildings and state-owned buildings. This division investigates all electrocutions occurring within the state of Wyoming. Our fire prevention division is oversight of all fire inspections, fire and life safety, and plan reviews for all new public buildings and others required by statute. Also included with that is new data reporting and management systems, including the NIFRS, which is the National Fire Reporting System. Emergency reporting and other reports are produced from that division. And then we have the administrative division, which is general oversight of all those divisions, but it also includes the budgetary, human resource records, and data management. Our priorities over the last few years have been to upgrade and renovate the Wyoming Fire Academy. As a central training location for many fire departments, it's necessary to offer a facility which provides realistic and up-to-date environment. And as a side note to that, what we'll talk about, I think, in a little bit is some upgrades that we did over the last couple of years. And thank goodness we did, because even without foreseeing the pandemic and the budget issues, we were preparing for the ability to do video conferencing, video training, webinars, and those types of things, which has come in, as you can imagine, remarkably handy over this last year. We have continued our upgrade and movement of the electrical licensing program and moved it into a more stable, modern online licensing porthole, which again, if even without seeing this pandemic coming, without that update, we would have been in a tragic position at this time, but have been able to, through this modification, we have been able to stay up with all of the licensing and permitting requirements, and that's just been a blessing for us. The movement of field inspectors over into a mobile environment by developing a robust inspection platform, which allowed the elimination of several offices across the state. And that's an ongoing project where we have just recently eliminated, I believe, the final office that we are going to close, located in Green River. All of our inspectors are now in a mobile environment, and all of those leaseholds are being released or have been released. The interesting part of that, as you know, is that we will not see that reflected in our budget. Those reductions are reflected in other department budgets, and I'm sure that that will be beneficial to the general fund of the state. With that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, I would stand ready to answer any questions about our reductions and look forward to the discussion.
Yeah, Mike, I'd like you to walk page by page through your budget reductions, providing us a description of what you did. And a particular interest is how you replace those revenues and where you're at as far as the 10%. So if you can go ahead and walk us through the budget.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, co-chairman, and members of the committee. What I may do is, because we have, if it's all right with you, sir, I will just hit where the reductions are and answer any questions about those and how we did that. And if you follow along on page 3 of our submission, almost immediately you see under the administrative division and of the department that we had a $100,000 reduction in administrative. Now we were able to absorb that because of the change that I mentioned a minute ago in the electrical licensing and permitting program. Prior to this budget cycle, we had a couple of different software programs. One that was called Sapphire, which Justine would be able to give you the exact dollar amounts, but Sapphire literally cost hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in the setup. And this was under, it was prior to my tenure. We looked at that and then started looking at another program called Salesforce. Salesforce, which is a good program in some settings, was not conducive to the licensing that we needed here and created some substantial problems for us. That program, again, this agency was into for a substantial amount of money. And we looked at that and we looked at the continuing cost and moved over and started looking for a different program. We came across a program called Image Trend and have fully integrated into Image Trend. And Image Trend is substantially responsible for the $100,000 savings that you see here. And as the budget cycles go forward, you'll see that we continue to incur the cost savings over the next several budget cycles.
All right, continue.
Mr. Chairman,
Question.
Representative Walters here.
Go ahead, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Director Reed. As I look at page 10 here, it shows your vendor contract was costing you $363,000 a year with a percentage increase ranging from 10 to 30% now. And you just described this, going out, finding a new vendor. I guess it's troubling to me that in years previous, we were spending this kind of money, and because we were not in such a constrained revenue environment, that you guys felt it was okay to continue spending that and not looking for better deals. And then if you'd run the math real quick in your head, you know, $360,000 a year to roughly $108,000 a year, that's a significant savings, more than $100,000 in savings that you're showing here. And so I guess I'm wondering where the remainder of that savings, or if there's something that's being lost in your narrative that's not showing up in those numbers.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chair, and Representative Walters, thank you for that question. If we go back, well, if you don't mind, let me start by saying I agree 100% with what you just said. When I took over the agency some 4.5 years ago, that was one of the questions that I asked. And if you look back at when our contractual changes started, it literally was within a few months of me coming to the department and seeing what we had been doing for a number of years. And we started correcting that almost immediately. One of the first things we did was canceled the ongoing contract with what was at that time Salesforce. And that was because of what you just brought our attention to. The 10 to 15% escalation rate on the budget that I thought was already exorbitant for that. And the savings that you mentioned also encompasses not just the image trend licensing, but was utilized on another program that we got involved with, which is a great program called emergency reporting. And so your observation is right on point, and but we have corrected that issue now, and hopefully won't stumble into that sort of a situation again in the future.
All right, continue, Mike, if you would.
If that's sufficient for that line, I would move. Oh, thank you, sir. I would move forward, and you can see that 100,000 is reflected in the maintenance agreements and so forth. And that was the reduction that we had.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr.
Thanks.
Co-Chair.
Mike, I've got a question it's just a bit confusing me. So this suggests that you had a contract that was costing $363,000, almost $364,000 annually. You replaced it with doing something that was comparable for $36,000 a year. So that tells me that you had an extra $330,000 per year, which would be $660,000 per year that you then put someplace else in your budget. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, no, it's not. And maybe so that we get the numbers exactly right, I'll turn it over to the finance to Justine to explain. But the savings, we did not have that great of a savings initially because of the initial costs of entering contracts and actually getting out of other contracts. And so there were other expenses that were associated with the move. But for clarity purposes, if it's all right, Mr. Chairman, I'll move it over to Justine for follow up with that.
Sure.
Go ahead, Justine.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. The 363 is what was in place with Salesforce, and then we canned that, and then we ended up going into image trend, which with a contract of $299,800 for the setup and for the buildup of the database, and then the $36,000 is a yearly cost for the encompass of the whole database for ongoing with it.
So, Mr. Co-Chair, that suggests that after the first year, then you had an annual savings of close to over $320,000 a year, right?
No, prior to that, because we had Sapphires, and then they had 2 bienniums ago. That's when they started going into Salesforce, and then there was other components like Protiba, Conga, all these different sources to Sapphire or to Salesforce that cost money. That was additional monies that came up to 500 and something. I can give you that exact number when I can go dig into my file and get that to you.
So, yeah, we may need a write-up of just of an explanation of this. So
Okay.
after all the costs, after the setup costs, and the transition, the experiments that you tried and lost, so going forward, essentially,
Yes.
it still appears that you have a significant savings. Is that compared to what you were? Yeah?
There's only 215, there was only 200, let me get to that line item. I'm sorry. In that line item, there was $177,532 budgeted into that. And so that 100,000 with the cost savings with image trend, the 36,000, which would be 72,000 a year or a biennium is where that could come from.
Which page in line?
It's on page 12.
Yeah, so 72,000 is the 36,000 times 2, right?
Correct.
But I still am confused about, and I don't want to have you figure all this out for us. If you can just kind of present it to us in a kind of a write-up of what you saved and what your ongoing costs are.
Okay.
And I'm curious how you came up with $100,000, because it looks to me like it could be $200,000 or it could be $250,000 actual savings over the biennium. So just so we know what, and we can't tell with the information we have in front of us. Okay.
Plus we also
Well,
had,
sorry.
sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, if it's okay, we'll produce a report on that and line out how the changes were made from Salesforce and Sapphire into Image Trend and the associated costs, and then present that to you. And I think we can probably do that in a pretty quick fashion. And then as part of an explanation, when we did not reduce the administrative costs across the board, and we were utilizing, the total number for the general fund. And so we were attempting to get to that 10% total funding. And so we utilized different areas on that, but we'll explain that also in the I'll refer to it as a white paper for you so that it'll be a little bit clearer.
And so as part of that white paper, Mr. Co-Chair, just another, what you have are the swaps that you come up with $714,000 in essentially in swaps of some sort from other funds. Could you outline specifically where those other funds are coming from? So that we know how that is, because it looks to me like in your actual dollars, your only reduction is 100,000 in terms of your overall budget of your dollars. And if that's incorrect, I need to have that explained, okay?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, we'll include that in the paper for you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mike, with your budget presentation.
I'm sorry.
Page 21.
Our next reductions are on page 21. And for the total budgets, you'll see that under the step 2 reductions, we have a total funding reduction of $550,352. Most of that is done through movements of positions from the general fund into the special revenue fund. We did that for
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, I must have missed, but we went from the 100,000 cut on page 10, and I think the next one is on page 14.
Did we miss one?
No. But that's step 3. That's in step 3. That's in step 3.
Okay.
Are we going through step 2? Or
I
step
think we're doing both of them. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, I think we misunderstood. Would you like for us to cover both the step 2 and the step 3 at one time?
That's correct. Walk us all the way through page by page through your budget, please.
Thank you, sir. I apologize for the confusion on our end. With that in mind, we would go to page 14 and thank you, Representative Summers. I appreciate that. It is generally a reduction in and a transition of employees over to contractual positions in the fire division, where we eliminate a full-time position and transition employees over into contractual positions. We are doing that. This line refers to the plan review for our fire suppression design. And we have an employee who agreed to work contractually with us. And so we will see a reduction, a substantial reduction of $214,813. Some of that work will be absorbed by existing employees that are already involved in the plan review process. I'll stand for any questions on that.
No questions, continue.
All right, thank you. The next we would go to, now are we to 21? No. I'm sorry. Now on page 18, you will see that we are going to be reducing the permanently assigned vehicle, reducing the amount of operations out of the 200 series of general fund, and we will absorb the $90,000 into the special revenue fund again.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, and Michael, I'd like to back you up to 14 and I don't know, maybe you guys don't have the budget book. Because I am completely lost with the numbers you're talking about. So when I look at page 14, I see a $90,000 drop in your permanent assigned vehicles. And then you do drop down to a position for 193,000, and then another, it looks like another position for 163,000 that are part of this swap. So you've glossed over one position that's in the swap and didn't mention the permanently assigned vehicle. Maybe it's going into the swap too, but I can't follow you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman and co-chairman, I'm afraid I'm working from a different document somehow, because on and that's going to be my fault somehow, and I apologize for that. The 90,000, I'm showing that on page 18, Representative Summers.
I've got it on page 14 on our budget books, Mike.
Don, is he working from the budget 2 reductions or level 2? Do we know? What's the title of that book? Right.
Supplemental budget request.
Prepared. This is the document that we prepared for the legislature. Let me see if this other book coincides with the one that you're working out of.
Mr. Chairman, in my book, it's on page 19. If that makes any difference.
And Representative Walters, and that is the page that what was I on?
That looks like a separate reduction, or it's twice.
Yeah, I'm on 18, and we did produce a couple of different documents for the COVID-2 reductions and the phase 3 reductions. And so we may have developed some confusion on that.
This is what I received from.
And this is the one I'm working from, Mr. Chairman, is the document we provided to the LSO.
Well, it looks to me like there was two $90,000 reductions for the 2 employee swaps that went off the general fund. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, no, that's not. And the $90,000 was the motor vehicle reduction.
That shows up on page 14 and 19.
Because that's from the 90,000, it's from the swap. If there's a
Let me
make- I'm sorry.
let me go back over to you. Let me go back over to Justine for a minute for you.
All right, Justine, go ahead.
The 90,000 that you see twice, one is a negative, one's a positive. One is showing the reduction in general fund and showing the increase into the special revenue fund.
Thank you for that clarification.
You're
That's,
welcome.
Mr. Co-Chair,
go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
so I'm at page 18, and so you're using the special revenue funds to basically to replace funding for some of these reductions. Is that correct?
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, that's absolutely correct.
And so I look at my question is, and I'm looking at the balance and how much and what your revenue intakes are. And I'm wondering how long, or do you have to do fee increases in order to maintain a consistent balance in your special revenue fund in order to memorialize these reductions?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, our historic numbers and our projections don't indicate that we do. But I would also add to that our fees and fee schedule, permitting costs, those things have not seen an increase for quite some time. And so we are looking at making a request for that.
So to follow up on that, could you provide us what your fee schedules are and what you're going to recommend in terms of fee increases? And if there's statutory changes that has to happen, then we will help you get those drafted. I haven't looked at 120 and 129 and see on your authority, but we obviously want to help you do that to facilitate what you're doing.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, thank you for that. And we did produce a document some 2 months ago, I believe, reflecting the fees and the costs, and we'll certainly provide that directly to you.
Thanks, and I'm sorry I haven't seen it. Don, could you just grab that and email it to us so we can have a peek at it, maybe even while we're still have them in front of us?
Yeah, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Mike, if I'm reading that correctly, those fees come from your electrical contractor license dues and your journeyman electrical. Is it licensed, and then do they have an ongoing dues that's an annual thing? So if you could explain that, and then can you tell me what have you been doing with those funds that you've generated to this point?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, Representative Larson, you are correct partially that some of the special revenue funds come from the licensing of electricians. Others of that come from permitting, and for when someone is doing electrical work and doing an installation, there are permits that are required. And then there are some plan review fees that for when we review plans for electrical compliance and for, you know, the other functions that we do. Now, out of those fees, a percentage of that goes directly to the general fund and bypasses us. We maintain a control over 40% of the sections of those fees. And then in some of them, 100% goes to the general fund. And so what we're working off of is 40% of partial some of those fees. And so it is, there's an initial fee for the electrical licensing because it's a little more complicated to get one started. And then there's an annual fee that comes up later on, which is at a reduced rate.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead, Representative Larson, and we'll go to you, Representative Simpson, next.
And I appreciate what you explained to me, but I'm just looking on page 23 there, and it says the only funds that are impacted by this reduction is 2120, the contractor license, and 2324, the journeyman license. And so if there's other of those fee codes that are impacted, maybe we could reflect that more accurately.
Go ahead, Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Reed, I'm looking at sheet number 3, your summary table. And if I'm understanding that right, we have 550,000 that's going to be shifted and then another 163. So that's about 714,000 that you're shifting over to this special revenue fund. You've indicated you're going to raise some fees to help booster that fund up, but then you also indicated that many of those fees already are diverted to the general fund. So are you gonna, do you need us to help you retain those fees? Because obviously you've got a big chunk of money that you need to cover now out of these special fees, and you need to retain all of that. How's that going to work?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, we had not planned on changing the percentages. In fact, we believe that we could continue at the existing rate, but since we do have the budgetary constraints that we're under now, and since we haven't had any increases in our fees for some time, it would be sensible and I would think appropriate to take a look at those fees and bring them up to current nationally accepted rates.
So we'll go to Representative Walters and then to Representative Summers. Go ahead, Representative Walters.
Mr. Chairman, I believe Representative Simpson had a follow-up to that question, and I would defer to that and then ask my question.
Go ahead, Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Director Reed, I'm still a little confused. A large portion of your revenue from these fees is being sent to the general fund. How are you going to cover these costs that you're shifting now into your special fund if that money continues to be sent to the general fund?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman, Representative Simpson, the numbers as we looked at them, the numbers in that fund would support this, for a long term. And so we were not looking at making any of those kinds of, the 40-60, 40%, 60% switch. We weren't looking at trying to change those. But again, since it has been so long, bringing our fee schedule up to the current nationally accepted level would seem to be appropriate to us. And then that would offset any problems that we might run into years down the road.
So Mike, I think to help this discussion out, so the way I understand it, based on what you've just answered for Representative Simpson's question is the fee increase that you're showing here only represents the 40% that would go into your budget. The rest of those fee increases above and beyond that. So your fees are raising more than what is 550 or this plus if we do the step 3 generates, because 60% of that's going to go to the general fund. So is that correct?
If I understood, if I understand correctly, yes. But I think there's some confusion as to the total dollars involved. And possibly, Justine, would you want to address that? If I could, sir, let me have Justine give you, she has the exact dollar amounts. And
all right,
Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Dawn just sent a document out to us if you click on it. And it shows that 60% of the money of the fees go to the electrical fees division or the section fund, and 40% go to the general fund.
There you go.
Yes.
All right. Justine, go ahead.
Oops. Let me move you over. I know.
I was just confirming with Representative Summers, it is 60% to the agency, 40% to the general fund. And how we report on those dollars are in a calendar year from January to December. So the money, we're already allocated money in 088 Special Revenue Fund. It's in this booklet. There's we're allocating $800 and some thousand. And then with the increase of the 500,000 as of date, we have $1.3 million in that account because it's ongoing.
Yeah, and I understand that. The question is, when you've raised the fees, okay, if we raise the fees and they generate this much money, let's use the $550,000. Does the fee increase raise more than that? Because 40% of those fees are still going to flow to the general fund. So you've compensated for your fee increase to account for the fact that only 60% of that fee increase is going to end up back in your budget. Is that correct?
Correct.
So, Mr.
All right.
Chair.
Yeah, go ahead. And then I got to get back to Representative Walters, and I think somebody else had their Representative Summers. No, go ahead.
I just mind following up on Representative Summers' question. I just did a quick tally, and it looks like your total income, not including the property owner on the plan review, is about $730,000 or $740,000 a year. So of that, you get 40% of it. And I also see in this that this indicates that the last fee increase was 2005. And then it goes through what those fees are. And so of that, if that's 40%, that means you get about maybe 330,000 of that goes to your office. So I'm curious how that is, if that's going to be sufficient to supplement your special revenue account. So I'd like to see your math, I guess is what I'm saying. And then with regards to, and you can put that as part of your white paper, and then with regards to the fees, could you provide for us kind of a synopsis of what the states around us charges for the same types of procedures? Because you indicated that you want to keep up with the kind of reasonable and customary and current fees charged around the area, and make sure we're kind of comparable or close. And so it would be useful to us to kind of see that. And also then we can do some quick tabulations on how much they can go up and what that impact will be and how much we'll get and how much you'll get as we kind of review these fees. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still quite murky on this subject as I look at the documents in front of us. And so if I'm on page 18 of both my printed document and my electronic version, which are the same, it has a fund history for your 088 fund. And it shows in 15 and 16, you had an expenditure of $788 and change, $1,000 and change, with a revenue of $856,000 and change. Then you go to 17, 18, you had 886 in expenditures and only 777 in revenue, estimated in 19, 20 about the same. And the point of what I'm trying to say is from what I can read in this fund history analysis, is you are already expending just about what your revenues are, a little more some years, a little less some years, but it averages out over a few years' time. And so now you want to shift $714,000 of money onto a fund that is basically equal every year. So I don't understand how you, without a doubling of all your fees, how you plan to accomplish that is my first question. And then my statement would be, if you plan to increase those fees are on reviews and things like that. And all that is a pass-through cost to myself or anyone in the general public that is using an electrical service. Some of them are your licensees and things like that, but your plan reviews and all that. So all you're doing is increasing costs to the public so that you don't have to take a full reduction in your budget. And so that is the second part is my statement, but the first part, like I said, I don't mathematically see how you can fund $714,000 in fund swaps onto a fund that is basically breaking even every year and looks like it's functioning quite well. But this would be new money that would be expended out of this same account that is breaking even. So like I said, the math or I'm foggy on this.
I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks to me like that fee increase, so that's the 700 and some $1,000 would offset that if we do the phase 2, phase 3. So if we looked at that biennium budget getting out to 23-24, we're at 1.5, 1.6 in revenues. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay. Does that clear that up, Representative Walters?
It does not, because I don't see that fee increase contemplated in their budget proposal. I only see it in the fee document that was sent to us. So that's why I'm still a little murky here.
It's in the budget.
Which page, Mr. Chairman? I apologize.
Well, I'm flipping back and forth, but if you go back to the original, even on, I believe, page 3, on the original one, it shows an increase.
Again, I'm looking for it and I could be off.
Because if you're lost, because I was in the beginning also. So if you go down to Z, other funds, if you go to page 3, and you see an increase of $550,000 under step 2, step 3, another increase of $164,000. Those are the fee increases there. Correct?
Is that correct?
All right. Does that help, Representative Walters?
I found that, yes. I guess I'm hopeful that you are correct in what you're proposing there.
Yeah, because it goes from a current budget of $869,000 to almost $1.6 million under the governor's rec. If you go to column 7, so you see that increase there. So that would balance the expenditures. Committee, other questions?
Mr.
I guess
Chairman.
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just as they figure this, just looking at that budget under electrical safety, there's still in the budget after the cuts, there's almost $900 million of general fund. But when I look at it, if my rough math serves me, it looks like they're putting in about $554 million per biennium into the general fund. So of that 800 and some million that's still in the general fund, I think there's still a shortage of general fund dollars to even cover that. So I kind of want to understand the general fund side too. And so when they do this white paper, I want to know how much is going to the general fund in a biennium, what your expenses are out of the general fund in a biennium out of that particular unit, because it looks to me like we can still take a little more in fees to cover what is not being covered in your fees in current general fund. But until you do an accounting for us, I'm just kind of going off a quick review.
So I think he meant thousands, not millions. That'd be nice if there were millions.
Yeah, I meant thousands, sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I was getting excited.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going back to your proposed idea, and I still think that those are not increased fees on page 3. That is just simply the swap out. So that's still operating on the existing fees because the fees have not been increased. It's just simply saying that in that document, it on page 3 is those fees are being used in that regard.
So
And
Mike,
so if you go to page 18, their fund history doesn't have the latitude to cover that fee change, I guess is what I'm still trying to figure out in their math here.
so.
And I could be wrong.
Mike, when do you propose these fee increases to take effect, or are they currently in effect?
They, Mr. Chairman, co-chairman, members of the committee, they are not in effect. And we would need to both go to the electrical and the fire board, the council, and then come to you for your opinions on the increases. As was pointed out earlier, it's been 15 years since we had a fee increase, and so it's very reasonable for us to look at that as an option. And again, I would go back to we will produce the white paper and get it to you very quickly with the total amount of money that's being transferred into, from salaries and benefits over to the special revenue fund. I should say from the general fund to the special revenue fund, and then the income stream that we see covering that. Because we were with the reductions in the cost, and that may be one of the things co-chairman Nicholas said, that we have the long-term reduction in the contractual agreement on the licensing software that will assist, because a lot of that money was also coming out of the special revenue fund. And so we're having a balancing of what we're going to have to pay for in the future and where that money is going to go. We will include that in the white paper as a source of explanation.
Yeah, and Mr. Co-Chair, Mike, we appreciate you working with us to help shore up the general fund. So we'll look forward to your report.
All right, committee, any other questions for Mike or his staff? All right, with that, Mike, I guess you're off the hot seat for now, but you got a lot of homework assignments.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, yeah, I'm looking forward to getting Justine to put all that together. All right.
All right.
And if I could, sir, let me add that I appreciate the support on the fees, because that's always a touchy subject, and I look forward to being able to have more meetings with you on that.
Yeah, Mike, and I think it's really critical on the fees is that we look, I think we all agree we need to update the fees, but the fees also need to be reasonable based on what somebody's license costs in an adjoining state. So that's a key component of looking at this. So,
Yeah,
all right.
Absolutely. Thank you, gentlemen. And ma'am.
Thank you. All right, committee, next item on our agenda, and we're half an hour behind now, is Department of Agriculture. Do we have Director Miyamoto and Julie Cook? There you are, Julie. Doug, the screen is yours. If you would walk us through line by line in your budget, it's yours.
Sorry, I don't know why I can't get used to unmuting. Can everybody hear me okay now?
Yep. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With me today, I have our Deputy Director, Stacia Berry. I also have with me our Administration Division Manager, Julie Cook, to help me explain these reduction scenarios for you. To give you an idea about how we went about doing this and some of our priorities and how we laid out our budget reductions, I'll just give you some background. Today, you'll hear me say a lot of things like proportional reductions. And when I say proportional, for step 2, that means a 10% reduction. And for step 3, that means a 20% reduction. The way that the Department of Ag has gone about prioritizing these reductions has been on a tiered system where our highest priority programs, our tier 1 programs, are those that directly impact human health and safety. So an example of that would be like the meat inspection program. Our tier 2 programs are those that are essential for legal conduct of business. And so examples of that would be like scale certifications, metrology type activities. And then our tier 3 programs are those that are statutorily mandated but don't meet the other 2 bars. And so that's kind of how we built our priority tables, and that's how we went about these reductions as well. I'm sure that the committee already knows the step 2 reductions have already been implemented, so those funds are swept out of our budget already. To start, I would direct everybody's attention to page 19, and this is the start of our administration division. And so you can see on page 19, this is our step 2 budget reduction, our second priority. And this was a RIF in our admin division. This position was a specialty crops program manager. The way that we intend to go forward with this program is we're operating a current grant right now that needs to be closed out, and we're going to assign those closeout duties to 2 individuals in another division, along with Stacia and myself, helping out some, and Julie as well. And then we'll evaluate the program at that point and see how we can best move forward with specialty crop block grants. But we really have to start with a reduction in force of that admin position. On page 20 is our next reduction in step 2. And this is our adult agriculture education program. This is for step 2, a proportional reduction of 10%. So $18,280 coming out of adult ag education. And then further down on page 20, you'll see a step 3 reduction also in the administration division of the same program. And this is a $109,520 reduction to occur as a step 3 reduction for that program. That will leave about $55,000 in that adult ag education program. And we'll probably go out with a RFP to see what kind of services we can provide at that level.
So question, Doug, on that, what are we currently doing with the adult ag education program?
That program, Mr. Chairman, has previously been known as the LEAD program.
Okay, that is the lead.
Yes, and it came to us several years ago, and we took it to the Board of Ag and sent out an RFP. The Wyoming Ag Leadership Committee, which administers LEAD, was the successful applicant for those funds, and so they've been kind of running them status quo since then.
All right, continue.
Okay, on page 24, you'll see our Board of Agriculture section, and our first reduction there is a step 2 proportional reduction of 10%. We have noticed some gains in efficiency with really all travel, all meetings, and all supportive costs for many boards that we interact with. So this would be for $10,518.
All right, continue.
Okay, page 25, more of the same for the step 3 reductions. An additional reduction, Board of Ag salaries, we think we can absorb that with the current frequency of meeting.
All right.
Moving on to our brucellosis task force. This is the only place that we interact with brucellosis. It's confusing sometimes because there's several different accounts across state government, all tagged brucellosis. This is just the travel fund for the brucellosis task force. And in recent years, that task force has decided to try to reduce meetings from biannually to annually. And so we think we can absorb some expense in this budget as well.
Okay, next.
Same thing on page 28. This is just the furtherance of that step 2 reduction, and it's a step 3 reduction. Okay, Mr. Chairman, the next one can be found on page 31, and this is our livestock market reporting program. This is something that we probably inherited about 10 years ago. All of this service used to be provided by USDA Ag Marketing Service, but it's valuable for producers of the state of Wyoming to be able to receive livestock market reports from kind of an independent third party and more of a news setting. And so at that time, we had come and asked for some additional money to backfill what USDA was pulling out to continue those services. It's not a large amount of money, but we'll just be able to do a little bit less of that with the proposed reduction in step 2 to that contract.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Hi, Doug. How are you doing? Good
So
to see
far,
you.
so good.
Good. On this particular item, you know, I mean, if you have to take a cut somewhere, I would cut this whole thing before I cut other stuff. I think producers, like including myself, we get our information from a wide variety of sources, and I'm not sure, you know, whether yours is any more value to that. So, you know, as we look at your budget, I know it's not a lot of money, but you know, as we look at your budget, it seems like this is something that probably isn't going to hurt producers to go away.
Fair point, noted.
All right, Doug, continue.
Okay, that was 31, correct? Okay. Did I cover the step 3 is the same, just continuance of that?
Okay.
And then on page 35, we get into our consumer health services division, and you'll see that step 2 reduction is really a request for changing of funds. We are able to keep some commercial food establishment licensing fees as part of what we do. It's one of those fees that stays internal to the department. We do have the authority to spend that, and so we were hoping to be able to take this special revenue and give back some general fund, make that program more self-sufficient. It's a high priority position, and it's the reason we want to make this. We can't do without that position because it is assigned to a meat plant, and it's a filled position that has assignments to that meat plant on a daily basis.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Summers.
And Mr. Chairman, and Doug, as you know, I've been having an email conversation with you on fees, particularly as it relates to licensing of like grocery stores and restaurants, and the kind of the reissuance of those licenses or the re-ups, that are at a less value. We are way below where other, at least Colorado, way below Colorado where their fee structure is. And I'm still kind of working on all that. I want the committee to know I'm taking a look at that. But Doug, you still haven't got back to me, do the Walmarts of the world, do they only pay $50 for re-upping their license every year for multiple stores across the state, or is it $50 a store? I still haven't got all of the information from you that I need, and I need it now, right? And so I need that information to understand, whether we could increase your fees, in a fee bill that we're looking at. And I guess why I got the podium on this fee thing, and we'll see it in another part of the budget, but remind me, I think we increased general fund $1 million a year on that bill we brought a year ago. Is that correct? Or was it $1 million a biennium? I can't remember.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, let me respond, if it's all right with you, to your first inquiry first, which was that question about franchises. And I thought I had responded to that, and maybe I didn't, but I think I know the answer, which is it's per establishment. So, if it's a franchise like Walmart, they have a commercial establishment or a commercial food license for each establishment that they have.
But it's still only $50 a renewal a year on a Walmart.
Yes.
Yeah, so, okay. Thank you. And then on the $1 million a year memory that I have in the general fund.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, I'd like to call on Julie to affirm that total, because I don't know it.
Mr. Chairman, Jim Cook, Wyoming Department of Agriculture. I'm the financial manager. Are you, Representative Summers, requesting information on the fee increases to our weights and measures area?
All of the Mr. Chairman, all the fee increases that we created last year, I thought, and maybe Don's popping up, so maybe Don can answer what that was projected to be.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, you did have a bill last year, and that was estimated to be $500,000 per year, $1 million a biennium.
Thank you. And I guess, included in that was the weights and measures. And when we get to that, it's really disappointing that you dumped a weights and measures guy after we generated money for that in the general fund. So when you get to that, speak to that. So thank you.
Okay, I can do that. Don't let me forget that part of it, because that is important and there is some rationale there. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, continuing on page 36, this is within our Consumer Health Services Division. This is an elimination of a position that came open during the step 1 budget reductions. And so at that time, there was a hiring freeze put in place, and we were asked to closely evaluate if a position were to come open, if we needed to request that it be filled. We knew that we were going to have some additional pressure in the consumer health services area in Southeast Wyoming, and wanted to maintain that position for another area. And because this position, which was located in Douglas, didn't have heavy meat plant responsibility and a lower account for commercial food establishments, we let that position go as part of the step 1 reductions. Okay. On page 37, continuing, this is also within the Consumer Health Services Division, and this was another RIF for the Department of Ag. The rationale behind this is the same as it was with that position in Evanston. Generally speaking, our Consumer Health Services Division is comprised, in terms of budget, almost exclusively with personnel costs. And so they don't have a lot to cut other than that 100 series. We had asked all of our division managers to identify how they would operate their budgets, or how they would operate their divisions at a step 2 level and at a step 3 level at 10 and 20% reductions. And then we were able to compile all of those for the department and come up with the identification of our required levels. But this is another position in Evanston that had a lower commercial food establishment license count to review and didn't have heavy meat plant responsibility. So it's one of those that we're trying to prioritize even within division about which positions we can keep and which we can't afford to keep any longer.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And meat plant responsibilities. So do the fees that are charged to meat plants, do those go to the general fund or do those go to your internal funds? And once again, a lot of this stuff is fees that should be paid by the people that we're providing a service basically to assure, consumer protection, but it's still a service. And so I just want to make sure that we're charging the appropriate fees. And I don't know whether this is a general fund sort of thing or not, but kind of help me out on this.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, yes, you're right on the service aspect of that, but it's also a federal requirement that they come under inspection. So, this abidance of the Federal Meat Inspection Act is, I'm not sure a lot of our processors would refer to that as a service that they're necessarily volunteering for, but in some aspect, those plan reviews are that way. To answer your question about how much authority we have within the Consumer Health Services Division, I'll go back to Julie and let her explain how our various fees, which authorities we have for which fees we charge in that division.
Mr. Chairman, the meat facilities also pay the same fees that they would for any food establishment. So the $100 to start and the $50 for renewal each year. And those are put in our special revenue fund that we were discussing earlier.
So, Mr. Chairman, just a follow-up question. So based upon your special revenue fund, and you can get back to me on this, but based on your special revenue fund, how far short are we with fees of paying for the program and paying for these inspections? Is it half? Is it a fourth? Just let me know, how much is the general fund supporting this inspection process? We have to have it, albeit, but it's also like, it's part of what you pay for. I mean, I pay fees when I get beef processed. I pay fees to processors that pay you. It all flows downhill, right?
Right to the consumer. Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So from what I'm hearing, a large beef processing plant would pay $100 for their initial inspection and $50 after that, which would be the same as a small coffee shop. So complexity of the inspection is not considered in the fee.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, to some degree it is. There's additional fees for meat plants because they have to also undergo plan reviews, what we call plan reviews, which is blueprint reviews, and they also have to submit what's called a HACCP plan review. And those are significantly more time intensive and expensive than just the commercial food license that goes into those plants. So they have more than just one permit that they hold. So I don't think it's quite fair to say that a small coffee shop and a meat plant pay exactly the same thing.
Follow up, if I may.
Go ahead.
But fundamentally, complexity is not computed into the fee.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, that's true.
Thank you.
Are we ready to proceed, Mr. Chairman?
Get with the program.
Okay, page 41. This is within our technical services division, and you'll see our highest priority in step 2 was a reduction in grants and aid payments within our special management program of this essentially is weed and pest funding. But if you remember, the legislature last year authorized a pesticide registration fee increase, which should blunt the impact of this reduction and won't harm the pass-through entities that receives the special management project funding. So one of the key tenets that we stuck to in making our budget reductions for this year was that we wanted to make sure that the Department of Ag realized the same reduction for our internal programs as did our pass-throughs. So we were sensitive to not wanting to pass on more reduction than what we were eating ourselves. And so this one was gratefully, we're able to backfill it with the pesticide registration fee increase that you all voted on last year, and we appreciate that. On page 42 is, this is funding for the seed lab and seed sampling. We usually come in under budget. We have a contract with the seed lab for our label compliance for people that are marketing seeds, and we sample those and make sure that they're the right species and that they germinate as they're advertised and that type of thing. Traditionally, we've been able to come in under budget, and that's why we identified this as a potential cut for us in that 900 series. And then you'll see within technical services, we also tried to streamline our 200 series. Our supportive costs for tech services are just outlined there. That's, I think one of the things we'll realize throughout this process of living through this pandemic is I think there will generally be less travel than what we have traditionally done in the past, and realize that some of these meetings can be done virtually and save some cost for us. On page 43, a step 3 reduction is an elimination of a position within tech services, and this is the position that Representative Summers was referring to. The rationale behind the reduction within tech services and large capacity scales, the fee increase didn't impact our budget. As I've heard the committee discussing before, those fee increases went to the general fund, but doesn't impact our budget. This position happens to be historically located in the Lander area, and we've had pretty spotty coverage of that position over the time, at least that I've been with the Department of Ag. There's been people in there and there's been people out of there. So we're fairly practiced at being able to reroute large capacity scale inspectors from areas to get the priority scales within that region of the state covered. There are certain scales that are dictated by GIPSA that they have to be certified within 6 months of shipping, as an example. And so that may mean twice a year for some of those scales that are higher volume and used more frequently. And those are the scales that we would prioritize first to make sure that we have coverage for them. This is just where we had to go in terms of our priority tables in order to realize our reduction impact. But that's why the fees don't tie directly to the budget cut scenarios that we have laid out.
Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. So Doug, to me, it's a philosophical thing. We work to provide more fees for the general fund. This is a general funded position. And then you cut the very budget that we just increased the fees on to help cover those costs on the general fund side. So to me, it's kind of almost like a slap in the face. You know, both of me as a producer who pays these fees on, I don't mind paying more fees, as long as I know you're not going to cut the inspector and then I have to go hire a private inspector anyway. So this concerns me that you made this cut. And I don't know, what I'm going to try to do budget amendment wise, but I need to know how much this is going to impact your ability to, you read the write-up and it sounds like it's going to have a significant impact on your ability to do inspections. A 6 month to a year wait for an inspection. And so, do you need to raise fees more? Do we need to cut your budget somewhere else? And I look at your 100 series and what you've cut in a lot of places. I don't know why here. And maybe we take a look at your vacancy list and we do a swap. But this one really gets in my gizzard, so to speak, Doug.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, I understand the frustration with the identification of the inspector position cut. I do. It's not our intent to reduce the service, particularly for those folks that if they have to have a certified scale in order to conduct business, we'll make sure we get there. I mean, that's going to continue to be a priority for us. And the only reason we thought we could get away with it is because we've had to fill in that area in the past. And so we have been able to reroute our large capacity trucks to get over there and get scales inspected. And that's our intent is not to reduce service for those critical high capacity scales that need that certification in order to legally trade over them.
All right, go ahead, continue, Doug.
Okay, on page 47, we're getting into the analytical services laboratory section here, and they just had to really roll through their budget and identify any cuts that they could take. And so that's what you see reflected here is supportive costs within that 200 series, totaling about $74,000. And next, Mr. Chairman, on page 50, you will see the unit for the seed lab. These are pass-through funds. And for step 2, this would be just a proportional reduction that would be forwarded to the seed lab. And the same thing goes on page 51 for the step 3 reduction in the seed lab. Our next item is on page 53, and this is the Animal Damage Management Board. Oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman, I believe I have a question.
Representative Schwartz.
Thank you. And this isn't specifically to Doug, but I've noticed throughout the budget, there's places where the impact of budget cuts wind up affecting the University of Wyoming, which is already dealing with other budget cuts. And at some point, we might want to see if we can get an analysis of how that works. It's the same concept of when we pass costs on to local governments. And it's great that we can cut the general fund, but ultimately, I'm not sure it really is beneficial. And that's just a comment, but thank you.
Go ahead, Doug.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Schwartz. So I guess just a comment on generally that type of move. We tried to make sure that the pass-throughs at least that came through the Department of Agriculture were to the same scale as the general overall reductions that were requested of us, and they probably do have money coming in that's going to be reduced in addition to budgets that they see slashed in other areas.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah.
And Don, you might want to shoot an email to the UW, and because they'll be able to tabulate what those numbers are if they're significant, and when they present to us, they can show them to us because we can consider that if we know what they are.
Well, Mr. Co-Chair, if we're going to go down that road, I'd like to see all those other funds that flow to the university, like through the Water Development and Department of Ag, in addition to those that are being subtracted out. So it's not just a minus equation there, it's a plus equation. Many other state agencies use budgetary programs to supplement above and beyond the block grant. So if we're going to look at that, we need to look at a holistic picture.
Well, I don't disagree, but most of those things are going to be cuts to them, programs that they have ongoing and the use they have. But yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, are we ready?
Go ahead, Doug.
Okay, now we're on page 53, I think. And this is our ADMB rabies surveillance program. This is a proportional reduction, $12,156, and a continuation on page 54 for the step 3 reduction, proportional again. Continuing on page 57, this is our grain warehouse program. This is just gaining efficiency in travel and conducting of business for our grain warehouse inspector. The 200 series reduction there. And same thing here for the step 3 reduction, as much as we could get. Next, Mr. Chairman, we're moving into the
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, thanks. And Doug, you know, this last program, well, really the program before, you know, just goes down to local AD, you know, local boards. So you could almost get rid of it. But tell me what, in general, what this grain warehouse program does. Is it an inspection facility? Does it have, I see some other fee money maybe there, agriculture, non-stat, I don't know, special revenue money. So we got special revenue of 9,000 coming in for a program that's costing 250,000 in general funds. So kind of tell me what we have here, why that, if that is a fee, why is that so low that it's not even coming close to funding this program?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, can I call on Julie to give you a breakdown of how those fees work?
Mr. Chairman, the grain warehouse budget does have the $9,600 per biennium that is put into this to help fund this program. That is strictly from one license fee, and that is for the licensure of a grain warehouse. This program was put in place, the actual budget was put in place, it's probably been 10, 15 years. I'd have to go back and look. But it was for us to have an inspector that goes out and does an actual audit of all grains or commodities that are kept in these types of warehouses to ensure that what is basically being deposited into the grain warehouse is still there for when the farmer or rancher is ready to sell those. And so that's the purpose of the program. And I believe I'm not 100% sure, I don't have that right in front of me, but their fee is like $125 for grain warehouse license. I could be wrong, but I will double check that and let you know if I am wrong on that amount. And we do put that in a special revenue account. And right now, as of the end of October, that special revenue account had a balance of $41,000 in it, and we have not made our transfer of the $9,600 that is due out for this biennium to date.
And Mr. Chairman, when was the last time that fee was increased on those to those? And so I assume $125 per grain warehouse, and so when was the last time that fee was increased?
Stacy, do you have that information? Or Julie?
Mr. Chairman, I would have to pull up that fee schedule report that we did and reported to LSO. I'd have to pull that up to see when that was last done. I'm sorry, I do not have that in front of me.
I seem to recall when we did that, so that was only about 10 years ago. And I think that's the initial fee. Julie, how many grain warehouses are there? How many inspections are there a year?
Mr. Chairman, I will have to get back on that. I do not believe I have that in my report here on that, so I will get that back to you and let you know how many that is.
And I'm curious.
I apologize.
I'm curious if it requires annual inspections, and obviously 125 is not enough to cover unless he's on a circuit and he can hit 3 or 4 or 5 a day. It's not going to cover the person that's doing it. So at least have it pay for itself.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Ms. Cook, I have a question, if I'm reading this correctly, on page 59, we have one employee and that person's salary is at $132,958 with a total labor burden or personnel cost of $222,000, and this unit is for the grain warehouse program. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
So, Mr. Chairman, just coincidentally, my father spent most of his career working for a grain elevator. And I remember as a kid, his hourly pay was about $4.65 an hour. So I'm just surprised that I don't, $133,000 seems like a pretty hefty salary.
Mr. Chairman, just as a side note, that's a biennial salary.
Oh, I see. Okay. Sorry. I apologize. You'd think I would know that by now. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just glad it was you, Representative Stith. I've been on here for 3 years now. So anyway, any more questions for Doug or Julie on this? If not, Doug, proceed.
Okay, next we are on page 61, within our animal damage management program. This is our public education and outreach, non-game and fish approved contractual services for outreach on the ADMB program generally. This would be a cut of $41,430. And then furthering on page 62, this is within the 600 series of that same program. This is the research aspect of animal damage management. This will hopefully be largely backfilled by an increased commitment from the Game and Fish Commission. They're going to be contributing more funds to those research projects in years going forward. On page 64, Mr. Chairman, this is our hemp program, and you'll see a general fund reduction of $120,000. This was money that was put in from the general fund to help us launch the hemp program, but we had a mandate to make that program self-sufficient, and that program is running self-sufficient today, and so we can return that general fund allocation. Okay. Next, we have on page 68, this is our natural resources division. And in our step 2 reduction, you'll see our rangeland health assessment program cut. This is a $60,000 reduction in step 2 for that program. This program isn't a pass-through. This is an internal program to the Department of Ag, and so we wanted to make sure that we took as many cuts as we were asking others to do as well.
Doug, real quick, what's the utilization of this program as it currently sits now?
This program doesn't have any struggle allocating the money that's available to it. Sometimes it takes a couple of RFPs, but generally the rangeland assessments that are being proposed in response to potential permit renewals or some NEPA process that are ongoing take some planning. So as long as we do enough advertising, we don't generally struggle with getting that money out the door and out on the ground. It's been a popular program. It's one of my favorites, and has generated a lot of good data that's informed a lot of natural resource policies for BLM and Forest Service over the years. So it's one of those that I don't want to see go.
Yeah, I'm just curious, Doug, if we can start to look at this and start to train people to be able to do this instead of just continually hiring consultants to go out and do a lot of the work. And I just think that we need to internalize the ability to do this at some level with the resources that we have within the department and the conservation districts and other partners out there. I just don't see that we can do this in perpetuity.
Yeah.
I agree with you. It's been a pretty successful program, but and it may be needed with the next coming administration within Interior. But I just think about how we can start to develop that internal expertise. Anyway, continue if you would, please.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, just a note on that. I know in our area, our conservation district gets our HAP grants, but then they go out and do individual studies in different areas. For example, the closure of some sheep allotments, in the Wyoming range. Then they went in there to look at, see whether that did some studies to see whether that could be reallocated to cattle if there was a transfer of permits. And so I think most of it has, I don't know about most, but I think a lot of it has gone down to conservation districts, at least in our area. I don't know about over in your area. But I did have a question. I think that's a great question, is whether that should be done more in-house in Doug's shop, or whether we should cut Doug's shop and it should go more out into the country to do. And that's my question, is should we be cutting grants or should we be cutting internal staff in Doug's office?
I think Doug would say both. I think he's done that. But anyway, with that, Doug, go ahead and walk you through your budget. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Continue on page 68. This is Wyoming Ag in the Classroom. This is a proportional reduction in step 2. So on page 69, you'll find more of the same. This is a proportional pass-through reduction to conservation districts. And also on page 69, this is a reduction in the supportive services for the natural resources and policy staff internal to the department. Continuing on page 70, still within the Natural Resources Division, this is a reduction in our ability for contractual services. This one is similar. This has traditionally been used in CRM processes, coordinated resource management type of offerings that we've done in the past, and we won't be able to do as much going forward, obviously. Step 3 reduction is going back to the rangeland health assessment program and eliminating the rest of the funding that was in our HAP. There will still be a balance of some funds for the remainder of this biennium, so that we can do some capstone projects and kind of close it out. But that's obviously not my favorite. On page 71, continuing on with more step 3 reductions, this is a proportional reduction to ag in the classroom again.
So, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I look on your summary page on page 73 here. And certainly your savings have been primarily concentrated in grants back out to entities and in the 900 series, which is kind of the same thing in this 900 series. And I see no reductions in your staff. And so to me, when I look at this, I think, certainly we could reduce a little staff and reduce a little of that 600 or 900. And so I want your thoughts on that.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers. Unfortunately, our Natural Resources Division doesn't contain very many staff. We've got some policy analysts that try to cover most of our NEPA processes, and they handle most of our when we get authority to interact with Forest Service and BLM on different land planning processes. They're the ones that take the lead on those, and it's a large workload that's dictated by how many comments we can submit based on whatever's coming out in the Federal Register. But that's the group that reviews the Federal Register and submits comments on many different NEPA processes. And unfortunately, the bench just isn't very deep back there. That division only has 4 people in it, so it's hard to identify what we would eat there.
Mr. Chairman, it looks like there's 6 employees.
I could be wrong about that. Yeah, I wasn't considering our mediation program coordinator. Mr. Chairman, with your permission,
Go ahead.
on page 75, we're into our emergency insect management program. And this is primarily used for surveillance of West Nile virus. Mosquitoes and grasshoppers are typically where this funding goes. And this is a proportional reduction to that program for both step 2 and step 3.
Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Schwartz.
Thank you. And I'm just aware of this because a friend of mine just got diagnosed with West Nile in Colorado. What level of incidents are we seeing lately for West Nile in Wyoming?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, not very high. You know, it's hard to compare that year over year. We get spikes in years, and it looks like it's kind of cyclical to me, but it hits different areas at different times. So we might see a spike in Goshen County, and then it'll take a break there for 5 years and move somewhere else, and we get a spike somewhere else. But it seems like once every several years, it'll come back to those same areas where it's more prevalent and kind of increase in terms of numbers, and then go back down. And I'm not sure. I think that has something to do with ripe conditions for that Culex tarsalis species of mosquito, and you hit the conditions just right in an area, and they kind of explode, and then you see a corresponding increase. But it's hard to identify a trend that is very linear or predictable there.
Great, thank you.
Go ahead, Doug.
Okay, I think I got through. I just got done with that one. Okay, so page 79 is where I believe we are.
Yep.
Okay, this is our pesticide registration program, and you'll see a proportional reduction there in the 600 series for the weed and pest district pass-throughs.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Representative Schwartz.
And it's as much a comment, but I know I've seen weed and pest reduction. I know I saw it at least once before in the budget, and I'm just bringing this up. It's another instance where we're just passing that cost on. Either we're passing the cost on to the locals, or we're going to not be doing something. And weed and pest is, in my mind, a critical service.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, I agree. And last year there was an increase in pesticide registration fees that should offset the damage that these reductions would have taken had you not passed that. And so we shouldn't see a reduction in the amount of money that those weed and pest districts receive as a result of this.
Thank you. I'm sure I'll be hearing from my weed and pest district if that's not the case.
You will if that's not the case. Yeah.
Go ahead, Doug.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. On page 84, this is within our state fair unit. And at step 2, this is a proportional reduction in step 2. And then in step 3, what you'll see is a reduction in their contracting ability, but also a request for swapping out special revenue funds to backfill part of that reduction.
Okay. Continue.
Okay. On page 89, this is the State Fair Board, and just with streamlining of operations and frequency of meetings, what that board felt it could get away with and still be able to continue service. Same thing there on page 90, the step 3 reduction. And then the last one you'll see is on page, or the last program that we'll look at is our predator management program. And you can see a reduction to supportive costs of our predator management program. He thinks he can be more efficient in getting around to board meetings and the travel that he does, but he doesn't do a lot of out-of-state travel. And so that's why you'll see that continued in step 3 for the support costs of that position. And then on page 94, what you'll see is a proportional reduction to predator district funding in step 2, 10% reduction.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Doug, remind me, I know that the brand program collects predator fees and then that goes to you, correct? Do you know if the predator fee is subject to the same does the livestock board have the same ability to increase predator fees to producers just like they do brand fees, or is that a statutory function?
I think that's
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, that is in statute, if I remember correctly, because I believe in order to be eligible for ADMB grant funding, you have to get to that $1 per head level in cattle, and I believe it's 50 cents for sheep, and that's in statute, I believe.
All right, thank you.
All right, any more questions for Director Miyamoto or his staff on the Department of Ag? All right, I guess there's no more questions. Doug, thank you. Julie, Stacy, you were pretty quiet. And we're going to take a 10-minute recess. We're still about 30 minutes behind schedule. We will reconvene at about 3:30.
Representative Schwartz.
I hear a voice calling my name.
Did you find those? Did you find those sheets?
Yeah, I did.
Well, that's right. You commented. Okay, so you did find it. One was last year's and one was this year's.
Correct. They were both
I
pretty.
mean, while they don't have addresses on it, I mean, I just on the first page, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Sirs, I would note that we are still live on YouTube.
Okay, I won't say anything bad about anybody. I had 14 names, and that's just people I know.
Right.
So I got I'm sure the number's like twice that on the first page because I don't know that many people. But
I'll give you a call tonight.
okay. I like your plan though. I think that might work. Although I don't know if I'd start with it. I think that's our finish point, not our start point. You know how that Vice Chairman Hicks is.
Oh, Andy, you gonna call me too if you're gonna call Mike?
Yeah, you might not like the call, but
I always like to get calls from your Representative Schwartz.
I agree. And I like it when you stop by with a flat tire too.
We always love it when you come to town.
Yes. I like the surroundings around town. Like to spend a little time in the surroundings.
There you go.
All right. I think we're ready to start. I'm going to reconvene this meeting of the Joint Appropriations Committee. Next agency that we have is Agency 39, which is State Parks and Cultural Resources. Darren, the screen is yours. If you will walk us through page by page through your budget, both the step 2, step 3 reductions, we'll go from there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman, and Joint Appropriations Committee members. I really appreciate the opportunity to present our the budget and the reductions. As you'll, before I get started, let me introduce the team that I have on that's going to help, the brain trust that's going to help me make sure I stay on task. I got Deputy Director Dave Glenn, Deputy Director Nick Nalen, and Deputy Director Sarah Needles. And then I also have Karen Erickson, who's my CFO. So they're going to try to keep me on task. I have been listening to some of the previous presenters, and so I understand the need for brevity and trying to get through the discussion and the presentation, but I definitely want to make sure that I give it the courtesy of getting as much information to you as possible. So with that, Mr. Chairman, as you can imagine, it's been an interesting year for our agency, and I don't want to go through everything that we've been doing, but it's definitely shined a pretty bright light that our agency has not only the needed products to get us through this pandemic, but also has the ability to help lead the state out of this current economic crisis. The hardest thing for a director is to have a mission that is to impact communities and enrich lives. And then to watch the hourly significant impact of the team providing what they're providing to their local economies. And then at some point, asking them to reduce their budget, knowing that ultimately it's going to reduce that impact and effectiveness. And I saw it firsthand and been hit with several 2x4s across the forehead from the team that says now is the time to be doubling down on our products to improve that economic and community livability impact to the state without crippling that leg of our revenue stream. And so fortunately, we have within this agency, we have the products and the ability to grow our product offerings, in turn, the ability to increase not only our visitor use and quality of life, which translates into revenues for the state. So with that, Mr. Chairman, we've worked with my team, the governor's office, the budget office, and to take a really hard look at the first 10%, that step 2, to get that 10% in. But then for the reasons I just talked about, really tried to work on backing off the step 3 reductions to give us that a full chance to try to help lead the state out of the financial crisis that we're in. Mr. Chairman, I'll take you to page 3, which is our budget summary. And as you can see, our general funds, the total budget out of 2021 was 32.8 million. If you look in column 3, our general fund reductions in step 2 was 3.28 million. And our step 3 reductions in column 4 was a little over $500,000. You'll also see down at the bottom of that page that we're reducing our staffing by another 10 full-time employees and reducing 17 of our part-time employees. With that, I guess I'll just go, over the past 10 years through a lot of the reductions that we've been going through. We will have, with these 10 full-time and 17 part-time, we will have reduced our workforce by 20% over the past 10 years. So a note that I'm not necessarily proud of, but definitely we are being a good team player and trying to help with the budget reduction or the budget situation that we're in. You'll also see on column 5 that there are no supplemental requests with the governor's instructions. We did not feel that there was an immediate emergency for a supplemental request. And as you can see in column 6, the governor's changes, those are just the step 3 proposed reduction corrections based off of the biennial nature of the step 3 reductions. I will skip through everything else going down to, I think we'll start on page 17, Mr. Chairman. That's our, the administration division, our first step 2 reduction. It's a priority 6. It is a $4,000 reduction in 200 series, looking at some advertisement, some travel in-state and out-of-state, and some supplies. We're going to decrease not only my travel, but the commission's travel to probably 1 in-person meeting per year. Eliminate some HR recruitment, advertisement, and just some general supplies. If there are no questions on that reduction, Mr. Chairman, I'll move on to the next one, which is at the bottom of that page, which is priority 18. This is an elimination of a full-time employee. This is an accounting position for $123,000. Obviously, we're going to have the rest of the accounting staff are going to have to lift the load of the person that is missing. If there's no questions there, Mr. Chairman, I'll move on to page 18.
Mr. Chairman.
Question, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Darren. So from what you just said, I would take that to mean as you've riffed somebody because they've not been, it's not vacant now.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, it was recently vacated. Therefore, we did not have to riff it. So it was a vacant position that we were able to reconfigure the office to take the lift of that missing person.
Continue.
Okay, page 18, priority 19, step 2, priority 19 is elimination of a public information full-time employee position. If you notice, the description is a little bit vague. Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, this would be one of our RIFs that we had. Back when this was submitted, we had not had the opportunity to have that conversation with the individual, and so we were pretty vague and redacted a lot of the conversation within that. But it was our social media coordinator for $141,000. Obviously, the individual programs are going to have to pick up the effort on marketing on the social channels. Fortunately, Mr. Chairman, we were able to utilize one of our existing vacant positions that were not on the reduction list to put this person into it, so the individual didn't go without a paycheck. And so we're fortunate in that regard. there's no question, we'll move on to page 19, which is priority 20. Again, this is another public information office.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Representative Schwartz.
So looking at that, it's about media presence. I'm assuming you're also coordinating with other agencies doing that same function. I'm thinking about the Department of Tourism specifically.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, thanks for the question. Yes, we've been working with Director Schober and other agencies as well to try to make sure that our lift is appropriate for what we're trying to accomplish. With those conversations, Diane's been very fortunate with us. Fortunately for us, she's been very willing to help us on that lift. And also, I'm pretty fortunate to have some pretty able and capable people out in the field that can take on that lift of the social marketing side of the house. Absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. With no further questions, Mr. Chairman, I'll move on to priority 20, which is on page 19 still. That is another one of our RIFs eliminations, and that again, it's redacted, but it was our content manager. This individual, fortunately, was willing and capable of taking a retirement and was able to ride off into the sunset, so we didn't have to find her a vacant position to fill with the RIF policies. This is a $202,000 reduction. Again, utilizing the rest of the executive branch as well as the rest of the team to ensure that everything that goes out of our office on a public information standpoint is of high standard and high brand management. If there's no questions, I'll move on to priority 27 at the bottom of that same page. This is another full-time employee within the Public Information Office. This is our Senior Public Relations and Development Specialist for $170,000, almost $171,000. This, unfortunately, as you can see, within the administration division, we're taking a pretty significant hit in the Public Information Office. And to kind of tear off of Representative Schwartz's question, before we did this, I did have those conversations with Director Schober to make sure that we're not going to get a full lift back from what I'm losing with these 3 PIO staff, but we're definitely going to be marketed properly, not only internally, but externally. One of the bigger issues with this position in priority 27 is it also was the individual that was going out and hustling grants and trying to get sponsorships and the like for our agency's programs. Again, this is going to have to go back on the back of the program managers to go out and find those grants and hustle those grants, and also possibly the need to hire some consultants in the 900 series to help us offset some of those marketing needs and PR needs. If there's no questions, Mr. Chairman, I can take you into the next division.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Yes, was that position in priority 27, was that a RIF, or did that position come vacant on its own?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, that it was in our list as a RIF, but right before we submitted the list, she took a job elsewhere, so it became a vacant reduction.
All right, go ahead, Darren. Next section.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going into the division of the cultural resources, that starts, the first reduction starts on page 24, I believe. And that is priority 1, step 2, priority 1 reduction. It's We the People. It's our agency partner pass through. The legislative body gives us money to pass through directly to the We the People program. It's a one-time appropriation, This reduction is for $10,000 and it's in the 600 series. I believe that it's just going to reduce the amount of training and materials that they use to administer the program. If there's no questions, Mr. Chairman, I'll move on to page 25, which is step 2, priority 2, which is the Humanities Council. Again, agency partnership pass-through. It's one-time funds, taking 10%. It's a $30,000 cut. 600 series one-time funds, and it'll result in fewer dollars that the Humanities Council will have to grant to cultural organizations. If there's no questions on that, Mr. Chairman, I'll move on to priority 7 on the same page. That is a $3,000 reduction in travel within Sarah's budget for in-state and out-of-state. This will reduce fewer in-person meetings and site visits and professional development. Obviously, having to go to more virtual solutions on that.
Continue.
Page 26, Mr. Chairman, is step 3 reduction. It's priority 1. It's We the People. Again, second round of We the People reductions, another 10,600 series reduction, similar to the step 2 reduction.
All right, keep going.
If I take you to page 26, I believe that is 26 rolling on to 27, Mr. Chairman. That is the Humanities Council. Step 3, priority 2 reduction, another $30,000 in the 600 series, similar to the Humanities Council reduction in step 2.
Okay.
Further down on that same page is another $3,000 reduction in Sarah's admin budget, dues, advertisement, and travel reduction for another $3,000. If there's no questions, Mr. Chairman, I'll take you to page 31. I'm sorry, 32 is the next step. Step 2 reduction, priority number 10. It's the State Museum Supportive Services. Take an operational reduction of 6,000. There's 2,000 in advertising, 4,000 in supplies. I think it's self-explanatory. We'll just do less advertising and try to find more free advertising and really, again, continue our efforts in the grants research to replace any of that supply funding. If there's no questions, Mr. Chairman, at the bottom of 32 going on to 33, it looks like step 2, priority 24 is another State Museum Cultural Resource Specialist position. That is $147,000 in the 100 series. We'll just have to shift the curatorial duties to the existing staff. Some of the number of artifacts curated will decrease, and the museum's ability to quickly respond to some of the needs, like hanging the governor's capital art, will be slowed. And this was a vacant position. Mr. Chairman, if there's no questions on that, I will move on to page 33, which is step 3, priority 9. Again, State Museum Supportive Services, just another reduction in operational with dues, advertising, supplies, and equipment for $8,000. If there's no questions on the State Museum, I will take you to the State Archaeologist unit. Found, I think the first reduction is on page 37, I believe. Yes, sir. It's step 3 reduction. We did not cut it in the step 2, but took a pretty large cut out of them in step 3. It is our step 3 priority 8 for $15,000 in operational supportive services. So advertising, in-state travel, and supplies. They're going to have to limit some field investigations, some staff professional development, more virtual or limited meetings with constituents, and the potential of having to cancel the archaeological fair that happens every year.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Then I think Representative Stith has also had a question. But so I guess, Mr. Chairman, this would be to Sarah. If on some of your archaeological studies and stuff, if you've got industry out there waiting on a state decision and you reducing traveler, I mean, are you comfortable with where you're at there, that we don't impede a project because we can't get a state personnel out there?
Mr. Chairman and Representative, I feel very comfortable that what this is really going to impede is the calls that we get, for example, from private landowners that maybe have a site on their property. Certainly, we're going to make anything related to, a lot of what we do, whether it's oil and gas or transportation projects, we'll make those a priority.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Yes, Director Westby, on state archaeologist on page 38, it looks like on salaries that in personnel generally that there are not step 2 or step 3 cuts. I wanted to ask you about on the vacancy list, there are several archaeologist positions that have not been filled for a long time. So are those funds for these vacant positions still in your budget then?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, thanks for that question. If you'll notice, a lot of the ones that are vacant and have been vacant for a long time that are in the archaeologist division or unit, they're other funded. And so they're contractual positions that if we don't have the contracts to say from private industry or from the federal government to go out and do archaeological work, we can't hire them. So it's a cash issue. So yes, the authority is there, but the cash is not, so we can't hire them. Okay. So until we get the contracts put back in place or reinvigorated, they'll sit there where they are as other funded.
Darren, just to follow up on that, are all of those vacant positions in that category have historically, where have they been funded, from industry or from the federal government or private sector? Where historically were those positions funded from? And maybe that's a question for Sarah. I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, I'll try to tackle it. And if I misspeak, or Sarah can surely correct me, but I believe they're mostly from private industry, contracts that we have with the private industry to do the archaeological work throughout the state, mostly on the energy production side of the house and road construction, that kind of stuff.
So how many of those, given the nature of some of these we've carried for 5+ years, how many do those do we need to carry, to given the fact that with the exception of one project, there's not a lot of large projects out there that may require contract archaeologists? Just wondering about continuing to carry that many vacant positions for that many months.
Mr. Chairman, and I can let Sarah answer. I don't know that we have any immediate need for them right now. I'd hate to lose them just in case something happens in the extractive industry and all of a sudden we need to shift gears quickly and get some people hired and get them out there to help the industry. They're just sitting there in the wings waiting for that to happen. May or may not need all of the ones that we have there listed in that unit, but I'd sure hate to eliminate all of them for sure. Just to be more efficient and effective if let's keep our fingers crossed something does happen.
Could you put together, Darren and Sarah, maybe put together a list of say the last decade, how many contract positions that we've had filled? How many, what was the demand? What I want to do is try to look see if there's a correlation with the energy activity from 06, 07. I'm sure that's when a lot of these probably came on when we had the big projects, just to get an idea how many that we've had at the peak in the past, how many is the average in the last decade, and what's the low, to give us an idea on how many of those we need to keep on the books in case we do see something break loose. And the other question I would have, it almost would seem that there's more demand for these archaeological contractors when we're doing large federal land projects versus one that's primarily private. Is that true or not? Just given the requirements that the feds have versus development activity on private property. Anybody want to take a stab at that?
Go ahead, Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, that's definitely true. Anything that has kicks in the Section 106 Act of the National Historic Preservation Act that has consultation requirements is certainly going to require that more so than any. There's not very many, on private surface, there could be federal land or a federal project, but typically it is federal land, federal projects.
All right, thank you, Sarah.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Larson.
Thank you. I'd just like to follow up on that discussion a little, Director Westby, and make sure the way I understand that, those positions really don't impact your budget, but they're more the authority that you have to take in private funds in the event that there is a project that allows the industry or whomever is going to pay outside the state, that they could pay for it. You direct it back through to the consultant or to the entity you hire. But it's like having an extra coat hanging in the mudroom in case it gets cold. It really isn't hurting anything, just hanging there.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, you're 100% correct.
Well, just an observation is when those coats hang there for too long, like several years, my wife takes them to the local Goodwill store so somebody can get some benefit out of them. Representative Larson, your mud room must have a hell of a lot more coats than mine.
It does. I assure you it does.
All right, continue, Darren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good conversation. And just so you're aware, we are internally looking at other potential opportunities to generate revenue, not only with the state archaeologists, but throughout our agency, in which we can potentially utilize some of these positions. We would obviously, if it's not in the archaeology world, would have to come back to this body and get those net to zero moved over to a different division if we choose to go that route, or if we choose to just eliminate those positions, we'll bring that back.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Darren, I don't mind those are particularly the archaeology positions. I think that we've been here long enough. We understand that. My only concern on your vacancies is if that would roll into you providing more overtime. So are you using any of this money to bolster overtime in your agency, which is expensive 100 series? So are you using any of this vacancy stuff for overtime?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, I don't think we pay overtime. I'm sorry, and I could be corrected. I don't. We try not to do that to our staff as much as possible. We have comp time for the most part for our individuals that work over 40 hours. But no, these are all other funded, and we don't have the opportunity to take that from this budget to another salary.
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up, Darren, you have a lot of vacancies on the list that are general funded as well on our 11-4 list. So, know that exists there, and we will be looking at that list. So.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, I appreciate that, and I have taken a look at that. And unfortunately, the list that I believe you have versus the one that is current, at least the ones that we are looking at, it's been updated significantly since the one that you have. And we can get into that as we get into each individual division if you'd like, or I can try to just go over the high level with it as possible with the governor's step one hiring freeze. With that, a lot of the general fund positions that are currently on that vacant position were to help with any RIF positions and move over that aren't going to be part of the reduction. And once we got through our section of the reductions, we have then since asked to get some of these positions filled as soon as possible. I believe there's 3 of them on the list that are being impacted by this budget that we're presenting today. So we can give some updates on that as well. Our intent, being down over the last 10 years, like I said, 20% in our workforce, taking another, 8 or 9 positions off of that are generally funded would cripple this agency in lieu of trying to get our product out the door.
Mr. Chairman, just a note, Darren, if you have filled any of those positions on this, just get a note to us whether you have filled any of those general funded vacancies on that 11-2 sheet.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, we have updated that and given that information to the budget office, and I believe that they are working with an updated, working on getting you an update to, at least from our agency perspective. And we'll definitely get you as much as we can. I want you to make sure that you have the most updated list as possible.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Director Westby is correct. We are updating that report to the discussion that we had earlier in the week, and also to make sure that we've validated all the information on it, as well as a couple of places where the step 3s, where we're taking those positions in step 3, there should be a narrative there so that we don't double dip that. So we found a couple errors, and I think that was one of the ETS ones we talked about. But we are, our intent is to have all the agencies respond to us by noon tomorrow, and then get that updated vacancy report over to LSO and the Joint Appropriations Committee.
Thanks, Kevin. All right, Darren, back to you if you want to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good discussion, and I appreciate Kevin jumping in on that. And we already do have our updates to them. So with that, I'll take you to page 40. It's the Cultural Trust Fund unit. Sorry, let me get there on this page too. We were very fortunate, and I really appreciate the hard work that this body did during the budget session last year. And we were fortunate enough to receive $1 million into the Cultural Trust Fund corpus. In going through our step 2 and step 3 reductions, we did take a 10% hit on both of them. And that's our step 2 priority reduction number 3. It's 100,000 in the 800 series. And obviously it's going to result in fewer dollars available to grant to cultural organizations by way of the investments from that fund.
Question, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Westby or Mr. Richards or somebody, is it possible for an agency to take a reduction out of the corpus that the legislature guided the money to the corpus? I guess in my mind, that money went straight from the legislature directive to the corpus. It didn't stop in their office for them to intervene. So a little clarity on that would be great.
I'm going to turn that over to Don if he want to give us a little update on that, how that works.
Mr. Chairman, many of them are appropriations to the agency, and then the agency makes a deposit to the corpus. There are some exceptions, those that occur in Section 300, where the legislature is making an affirmative deposit. But in those cases, they go to the state auditor and go directly to that amount. I think all of these funds that we're talking about are statutorily permanent, not constitutionally permanent as well. So once you make a deposit to the PMTF, you cannot restore those funds to the general fund or some other fund. That's not quite the case in these. So there is some timing. And I suspect also, and I obviously defer to Ms. Erickson or others, but all of the entire deposit isn't made on day 1 of the first fiscal year of a biennium. It may occur when funds are available.
So, Mr. Co-Chair.
Follow up, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you. So, Darren, if we don't like this particular decision that you made, frankly, we'd like to build that corpus because that's a long-term benefit. But we still want you to find another $100,000. You might give us some help on that because that's what we're probably going to do. So food for thought.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead, Representative Larson.
Thank you. So I'm still a little unclear on Representative Walters' question, Mr. Chairman. So if we pass statutorily a requirement that X number of dollars go into a corpus, I don't care what path or avenue it takes to get there, isn't that where it should end up?
Don, you want to try that again?
Yes, it is, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. It should end up there. However, the state of Wyoming in this COVID scenario highlights this, does not have a impoundment statute, meaning the executive branch is not under the obligation to expend funds. Unlike the federal government under the Nixon administration, once Congress appropriates funds, the agencies there must expend them. We don't have this, and there are many other states that actually have that. We don't have that historical statute yet. So what I would view the budget before you is a request by the governor not to deposit these funds. If you disagree with the request from the governor, you can insist on it with your action here by not approving his recommendation. And ultimately, by the end of the biennium, there shall be deposited X number of dollars to an account, and it will occur.
Thank you, Don.
Mr. Chairman, if I could try to give you a little context on the why we did what we did, that might help with some of the conversation. Our overall budget coming out of the budget session was that 32.8 million in general fund. However, our standard general fund budget was like 30 million. And so that extra 2.28 million was all because of the one-time funds that came in to the budget, not the standard budget. And so trying to come up with 10%, we definitely came up with the 10% of the standard budget, but we also utilized our one-time funds to come up with the 10% of the one-time funds. And so as much as we hated doing that to our one-time funds, we were just trying to come up with the 10% as a total general fund budget. If you would like to reduce the one-time reduction, I'm not going to stand in your way by any means. I just, I would hate to, I guess, Mr. Co-Chair, your comment about possibly finding another 100,000, that would be digging into our standard budget reduction as opposed, or standard budget as opposed to our one-time funds that were appropriated back earlier this year.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, that is the beauty of the vacancy list too. I mean, in the end, we can make those decisions about where we want to cut and whether we want to cut one-time dollars or whether we want to do ongoing dollars. So I think we'll have that opportunity.
Any more discussion on this topic? It doesn't look like it, Darren. I think you get the gist. You might have some recommendations when you come back is if in fact that we wanted to do an additional 100,000 out of your standard budget. It's always better that you provide us some direction on that than the committee just takes a what for. But anyway, give it some thought. I think you've got your marching orders on that. But let's go ahead and walk through the rest of your budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good discussion. And we will have a plan in place for sure when the time comes. And so farther down on that page, I think I'm still on page 40. is priority, step 2, right, priority number 8, which is a reduction in travel for that Cultural Trust Fund and its board. Obviously, fewer in-person meetings for the board, more virtual, which they've been doing over the last 8 months anyway. It's not effective, but it is working. So if there's no questions, we'll move on to page 41, which is another step 3, priority 3 reduction, which is the corpus, trust fund corpus reduction, which we just had that long conversation regarding. So that might be another conversation that we may or may not want to get back into, but I think I got the gist from the last conversation of being prepared. If there's no further questions on that, I'll take you at the bottom of 41, rolling into page 42, which is step 3, priority 19, which is again another haircut in the operations 200 series line of travel, $3,500. If there's no further questions on the Cultural Trust Fund, I'll take you to SHPO, which I believe the first reduction starts on page 44. And that is step 2, priority 14. That is conversion of general fund to special revenue for a position that we have at the Cultural Resource Supervisor position for almost $84,000 in the 100 series. These will just be fees that will be converted into helping pay for this individual. If there's no questions, I'll move into page at the bottom of 44, rolling on to 45, which is step 2, priority 15. This is another conversion of general fund to special revenue for another Cultural Resource Supervisor position of almost $73,000 in the 100 series line, similar to the previous priority reduction.
So Darren, a question, when you're shifting these positions over, so what's not getting funded out of the special revenue now that you're paying personnel cost out of special revenue?
Mr. Chairman, it basically the reduced fees, it will be reducing the fees available to support the GIS database for the historic properties within the state. We have a group of people over in Laramie that oversee our cultural database, and it takes some support. So those fees will be in line for not use for that purpose.
Okay, thank you. Continue.
Okay, if I, bottom of that page 45, I believe is the step 2, priority 23, which is the elimination of the deputy SHPO position. It was vacant, and so we're just eliminating that that position for $189,000 in the 100 series line. Through some recent retirements in the SHPO world, we are looking to reconfigure how that program works, and chose to eliminate this one position and shift some of the duties with the existing personnel. There are no questions, Mr. Chairman. I'll take you to page 46, which is step 3, priority 11. And that's a conversion of general fund to federal fund of the office support specialist position 2 for a general fund savings of $142,600 in the 100 series. And the impact is just reducing the amount of the federal National Historic Preservation funds available for contract services within that division.
Okay, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page, I think the next one, we'll move into the Wyoming Arts Council. I believe that's on 49 is their first reduction, and that is step 2, priority 9. It's a $23,000 reduction in operations. Mostly in this reduction, it was travel in state and out of state. Again, just fewer in-person meetings, more virtual. Will take some reduction in professional development for staff as well.
Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the bottom of page 49, rolling into page 50 is step 2, priority 11 within the Arts Council. And that is reduction of grants that will be given out of $160,000 in the 600 series.
Okay.
Rolling into page 50 and 51, we'll talk about step 3, priority 7 within the Arts Council. I'm sorry, Representative
Schwartz.
Yeah, I'm just back to the Art Council granting. Have you been granting out all of the funding available in past years?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, yes, actually, we got probably more requests and more applications for the funding than we have the funds. And unfortunate to have to do this, but we'll call it desperate times, desperate measures. I guess on the positive note, at least within the last year, they've received almost $2.9 million worth of CARES funding over the last year to grant out, at least in the interim. Obviously, this $160,000 is a permanent reduction, but at least in the interim, the Wyoming Arts Council has been able to try to help the artists, individual artists, as well as the artist community to not only get through this pandemic, but hopefully be able to shore it up long term.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Darren, then, I go to your summary table on the Wyoming Arts Council, and you have 8 employees, and I know you hate to cut people, right? But instead you're cutting money out to the rest of the people in the state of Wyoming for programs. And when I see no cuts in the 100 series, and you're starting to just cut grants to people, basically to make your cuts, I guess I don't like it. I don't know if you have one of those vacancies in this unit, but it concerns me. And I haven't just picked on you. Trust me, I'm picking on everybody as they come along.
He's correct.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, I appreciate your comment. I don't know that I have an answer for you other than the fact that you're right. We don't like cutting people. Cutting 10 full-time positions out of this budget is going to be crippling in and of itself. Adding 1 more or 2 more people, like I said earlier, is going to be devastating. And so we tried really hard to minimize that as possible while still holding up our end of trying to reduce the amount of staff we have. And so none of these reductions of whether we reduce personnel or we reduce operations or we reduce grants was taken lightly, obviously. And I know you don't think that, but there was a lot of strategic thought that went into every one of these reductions to ensure the impact was less to the end user. And I know cutting $160,000 out of the granting side of the house is going to be impactful, but losing an individual that is creating some art programming and trying to develop some of the artists and art community organizations out there, we felt was going to be more impactful than the grant. And so we did have that long conversation internally about cutting a position versus in this one as well, or cutting grants. And this is where we landed. But I appreciate your comment for sure.
Mr. Chairman, I think altogether over 330,000 cutting the grant side. And this goes out to organizations that are, for the most part, mature organizations in the state of Wyoming with respect to the arts, and not new organizations that need stood up. So just a question.
Representative Kenner, and then I'll go to Co-Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you. And I didn't want to change the subject, but it took me a second to get my head around this. Could we go back to page 46, Director, for just a moment, please? And so my question is this. You mentioned that the the position was going to be offset with federal funding from the National Park Service, and that sounded good. But my question is sort of related to that. It said you're going to have less funds available for contract services. What are those types of contract services? And then also, what's the amount of funding that would be in that area, I guess you might say?
Sarah, I'll let you tackle that if you can.
Mr. Chairman and Representative, the types of contract funding that we've used this for in the past is for things like, for example, hiring. We don't have a historian on staff right now. So rather than hiring a historian, we have contracted that work out to historians in the state that then can compile documentation for us and do some review work on federal consultation review projects. So it just means that one, we either have to hire a historian at our earliest convenience, you know, when someone else leaves, maybe an archaeologist whom we have the most of on our staff, or, you know, we find another way to get at that. So that's, and as far as the amount of money that comes into us from the National Park Service, I can't give you, I could get back to if you want to know the actual amount of money we get on an annual basis, because I don't have that number right in front of me, but every state gets allotted a certain amount of money from the National Park Service under the State Historic Preservation Act. It's a formula that they use for every state. So if that's what you're looking for, I can certainly get that to you.
Thank you.
Co-Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you. Darren, I'm just curious. You've got 8 employees in the Wyoming Arts Council. Could you provide us with kind of a job descriptions and what they do? I'm kind of in the same boat as Representative Summers in that, I mean, if they perform a service that is so critical, I'd like you to demonstrate that to us so that we're not, if we do something rash, at least we know a slight idea of what the impact of what we do. Because, you know, to go to 7.5 versus 8, or to do some other, and whether you really need 8 for the Wyoming Arts Council, we just kind of like to know.
Mr. Chairman, I'll have Sarah and Mike Lang, the director of the Arts Council, put that together and get that out to you.
Yeah, so Darren, when we sit here and we see this, and it takes people to even run those grants programs and pass-throughs, and there's some cost to the agency to administer that. And so it's not just as simple as writing a check, because most of these are competitive grants. Somebody's got to collect there's got to be information that goes out. So that's staff time. And so when we see significant reductions in grants going out, especially in multiple divisions, you know, for me personally, when I see that, I'm saying, well, somebody doesn't have the workload that they had in the past, because there's certainly work involved with administering and dispersing and accounting for. And so when we see these kind of reductions of funds going out, first thing that pops in my mind is well, and it may be spread out across the entire staff, and I understand how that would happen, but there's got to be a reduction in workload within the agency as a whole. So we're going to be looking at commensurate levels of reductions to the agency when there's a reduction in the workload associated with pass-throughs. That makes sense. And so if you can rationalize why that doesn't happen to the magnitude that we think it does, that would help. But that's what I see when I see these programs over and over and over. And believe me, this is not picking on you guys. We've had this discussion with several of the other state agencies that administer a lot of pass-through money.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that. Mr. Co-Chairman, I appreciate your comments too. I guess to me, as the director of the agency, I understand what our people do and what our programs do. And I know, just for instance, since we're on the Arts Council, talking about the Arts Council, and I think it might be beneficial, Chairman Nicholas, to get you the job descriptions, because these 8 people, there's probably a half of that person is physically overseeing the grant side of this house. The rest of them are programmatic people that are implementing programs throughout the state to ensure that the education, art in education, diversity, equity, inclusion programs are being stood up, and everything else that goes along with that. And so I think you'll be pleasantly surprised when we get you some of those job descriptions, that you understand that it's not just the Wyoming Arts Council doesn't just grant funds. They are programmatically out there in your communities, making sure that your artists as well as the art organizations have what they need from a programmatic standpoint to be successful. And so I'm hoping that the job descriptions will help you with that understanding as well.
All right, well, let's move on, Darren, if you don't mind. I'm sure you don't like to get rid of us. So,
Mr. Chairman, I enjoyed talking with you, so I appreciate the time. Mr. Chairman, I believe I'm on page 50, looking at step 3, priority 7. Let me get back to that real quick here. Step 3, priority 7, that's a reduction in operations, a 200 series of 20,000. We got some communications, some dues, some in-state travel, and some supplies. The team's just going to have to tighten their belt a little bit on that, as well as the board. If there's no questions on that priority, we'll take you to 51, which is priority 10 in step 3. That's another one of those positions where we're converting the cultural resource specialist position from general fund to federal funds. That's reducing the amount of National Endowment of the Arts funds that are available for granting. So along the same lines of some of the previous conversations, hopefully some of the information that Sarah and her team will get back to you will help in defending this reduction as well. If there's no questions on the Arts Council, we'll go to Archives Records Management. Starts on page 54, which is the step 2, priority 22. It's a elimination of a records and data management analyst position. It's 188,000 out of the 100 series, and we're just taking existing duties to existing staff. And obviously it's going to impact the amount of time that we can get to issues, and it'll lengthen the response time to a request of the metadata related to the state records. If there's no questions on that.
When was that position vacant?
go ahead, Representative Walters.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, it was a vacant position. Yes, sir.
Okay, continue, Darren.
Okay, I will take you next to page 57, which is step 2, priority 4, reduction of one-time funds we have a content manager program that required some maintenance. We got some one-time funding, which during the legislative session was cut in half. We're taking 10% reduction of what was left out of the 292 series. This will decrease the number of external licenses and maintenance costs associated with each one of those licenses within that system. Mr. Chairman, rolling into bottom of 57 on to 58. It's a step 3, priority 4. It's kind of a mirror reduction of 10% of what was left out of that content manager program maintenance one-time funding of $31,500 again. And Mr. Chairman, if there's no other questions, I'll take you into the Parks Division.
Okay, go ahead.
Which I believe the first reduction is on, let's see here, it looks like 63, which is step 2, priority number 5. It's reduction of the one-time funding of the outdoor recreation gap funding that was offered up in the budget session for $11,350. in the 200 series. It's going to reduce the ability of the Outdoor Rec Office to facilitate community collaboratives, which unfortunately could lead to less growth in the outdoor rec economy. But we're trying to work again with other agencies to help fill some of that gap as well. If there's no questions, we'll go on to page 64. It's step 2, priority 12 reduction. It's conversion of park operations funding to special revenue. That's taken a $1.1 million reduction in the 200 series. If you remember, we have the ability to utilize our fees that we collect. Up to 30% can be used for maintenance in our system. We're asking to be able to utilize a little bit more and convert some of that, well, give up some general fund and utilize some special revenue, our fee money, to help offset that reduction. This is required. There is a legislation draft bill that went through the interim TRWCR committee that is to allow us to increase that percentage of use from 30% to 60% and add in the word operations in the definition that we can utilize these funds, of how we can use these funds. And this is just going to impact how much construction we can do out in our state park system. If there's no questions, Mr. Chairman. Don, you look like you had something you needed.
Representative Kenner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, just on the topic of fees. So during the summer, I had the great opportunity to be over the mountain from here at Medicine Lodge, historical or archaeological site. And I mentioned this at the risk of letting everybody else know that I think that's one of the best kept secrets in Wyoming. And so, but one thing that did surprise me in visiting with the folks there was talking about camping fees. And I think that she told me that maybe an out-of-state camping fee was like $15. I might be off. But it occurred to me when I've heard about usage, especially in southern Wyoming, where a lot of folks are coming across the state line, coming north, and taking advantage of our fees because they're quite a bit less than in the south. And I guess I just want you to take a look. I know, I believe Representative Schwartz and probably Senator Agar have talked to you about fees, but man, that just really seemed out of line to me. And so I just encourage you to take a look at that. And if we need to consider that in the bill that we're considering, if you need legislative authority, we can sure consider that. So I just wanted to mention to take a look at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I can, Representative Kenner, we are in the final stages of rule change to increase our fees right now as we speak. We went through public comment, went through associated rule making process to increase those fees. This body, a couple, 3 years ago, set a cap that we can operate underneath that cap by rule. And we have worked underneath that cap up until this year. The rules that we are putting in place starting January 1 elevates all non-residents to that cap. And then what we did was they basically took that cap of the out-of-stater and cut it in half, and that's what the in-state's going to be. So it's half of what out-of-state non-residents will be paying within our system.
So one quick question I have for you, Representative Kenner. I'm sure you didn't mean to impugn the state parks staff about advertising the best kept secret. Are they not doing their job, or yeah, maybe you can elaborate on?
Well, apparently, Senator, your Vice Chairman, I wasn't paying attention, because I'm sure you were aware of that, Park, but I certainly wasn't.
Okay, well, I just wanted to clarify that, Darren. He wasn't trying to impugn any of the work of your agency and staff.
Absolutely.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate it, and it is one of my favorite ones as well.
All right, let's, Don, did you have something? You popped up there for a minute.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to bring to the attention, while this is requested in the department's budget request, the TRW committee already has sponsored this legislation, so it's not on your list for consideration.
Okay, thanks, Don.
Yeah.
All right, continue, Darren.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. That is 21 LSO 031 version 0.5, just if you're looking for that number.
Mr. Chairman, I saw Senator Steinmetz's hand.
Oh, Senator Steinmetz. There you are.
Mr. Chairman, I was about to interrupt you myself. Director Westby, could you give us the dollar amount on those fee increases just so we can remind ourselves? I know we should know that, but I can't quite remember. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, I think I'll ask Nick or Dave. They might have it at their fingertips what those fee increases are. Unfortunately, if I was in my other desk, I'd have those printed up. But since I moved back to the office to have this meeting, I unfortunately didn't print them up. So Nick or Dave, do you want to try to tackle that fee increase number?
There you go, Nick.
Mr. Chairman, I'm pulling it up right now.
I know what we tried to do, Mr. Chairman, was to make the individual daily use or daily camper go up $1 a day or $1 a night. But for the most part, looking at it from, say, an annual pass for an out-of-stater, a daily annual pass is like $96. In-stater is going to be $48, just off the top of my head. I think camping now is just a day use is $7. Camping, if I'm not mistaken, is $10 a night for in-staters. Out-of-stater would be, for the most part, double that.
Mr. Chairman, I have the fees in front of me. Director Respi is correct. The out-of-state passes goes to $96 and $48, and the resident passes. The resident day use pass is $40. The non-resident day use pass is $70.
That answer your question, Senator Steinmetz? All right, go continue, Darren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Senator Steinmetz, that it really was looking at it from a regional perspective on the fees. We were still relatively low. And so we didn't feel like these fees were going to impact visitation one bit. So I appreciate that question.
Representative Swartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious, did you do estimates on what the net revenue would be?
Mr. Chairman, I believe our estimates are right around the $1 million a year mark increase with these fee increases.
All right. Continue, Darren, if you would, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll take you to page 64, bottom of 64, rolling into 65 is step 2, priority 13. It's elimination of 17 park temporary PTE positions for $22,837. I think there's been a lot of conversation about unfunded positions that have been, the funds have been taken from those positions over the course of years. And I think this is part of the cleanup side of the house of trying to eliminate those generally funded positions that have zero funds in them. Over the course of time, I know one of the recent reductions back in 2016, I believe, these part-time employee positions were defunded, but the positions were not removed. And so we're just trying to clean that up with this section.
All right, continue.
Same page, step 2, priority 16. It's reclassification of an existing buildings and grounds specialist. We reclassified it from a higher level district manager position and reclassified it down to a level 5 trade spec to try to not only save some money, some general fund budget, but also try to help us in our span of control numbers as well. Just shy of 71,000 in the 100 series budget. If there's no questions, I'll take you to the bottom of 65, rolling into 66, which is priority 17. Similar conversation of the last reduction, which was the reclassification of another buildings and grounds, taking it from an 8 to a 5. It's a savings of just a hair over $39,000 in the 100 series. And the intent is to get more maintenance related personnel at Sings Canyon. If there's no questions, Mr. Chairman, I'll take you to same page, priority 21. It's a elimination of a project engineering position here in Cheyenne. It's a just shy of 142,000 in the 100 series. We will have to decrease our in-house design and oversight of projects, and we'll need to find potentially some increase in project budget by utilizing A&E contracts. If there's, and this was a vacant position. It was another one of those, it came vacant right as we were about ready to press send. So we were able to put it vacant in the budget.
All right, go ahead and continue, Darren.
Priority 25 on page 67. It's elimination of a skilled trades supervisor position out of Shoshone. It's a 151,100 series reduction. This group in Shoshone are our central construction. They do in-house construction and oversight of projects. Obviously, without having somebody in-house doing some of that skilled trade work, we'll probably have to do more contractor work, which will increase a little bit of the budget with this reduction. Rolling to priority 26 on the same page. It's a elimination of an office support specialist position at the Pioneer Museum. It's 147,000 reduction out of the 100 series. We will have to transfer some of the curatorial duties to the superintendent, and we'll have to supplement with some seasonal staff.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
Darren, were both of those positions vacant?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, yes, both of them were vacant.
So my thought is that, I mean, it's what everyone would typically do, but you reached out and grabbed vacant positions because they were vacant versus what is the best, perhaps, might be best for the state parks or for the agency. And so it's a matter of coincidence. So if that in fact is true, then we would welcome B11s or something to rearrange that from other positions. If you think that you've got places where those dollars can be more appropriately transferred. I mean it's a natural phenomenon, but over time, we want to make sure that you've got the best people in the right places that do the most good versus just taking care of vacant positions.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, I would love to say that it wasn't coincidence, but there was a lot of coincidence in our strategic reductions. Those two positions that we just talked about, well, the three positions that I just talked about, the engineer, the position at the Pioneer Museum, as well as the skilled trades position, all of them were on our reduction list as going to be RIFs, reduction in force, and just out of happenstance, they all became vacant during the process of going through this. And I don't know how else to say it, but just dumb luck. And I'd be the first to admit that I'd rather be lucky than good sometimes, and fortunate not to have to RIF some people. But this one, we were fortunate enough in those reductions that we didn't have that. But I do appreciate your comments. And like I said before, these reductions were very strategic because, like I said, we know our agency pretty well, and we know where we can take those cuts where it's going to be the least impactful to our programs.
Speaking of cultural resources, this is one of the prettiest sunsets I've seen in a couple of weeks.
Mr. Chairman, I wish I had the luxury of looking out the window. Mr. Chairman, I believe that was our last of my reductions. You know, again, I think strategically we tried to do as the best that we could to have the least impact, not only to our staff, but to the constituents, as well as keeping an eye on how the revenue is going to impact to the state of Wyoming. And so really the credit goes to the crew, the passionate team that we have that works selfless, hard to try to be mission driven and be the best brand managers for you in the state of Wyoming. So I applaud them and honor their work. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd stand for any other questions or stand at the ready if you have any further questions. We'll try to get back to you through any means that you require.
Kevin.
Mr. Chairman, a simple house cleaning item on page 51 or priority number 10, step 3, COVID. This is a funding swap between general and federal funds. The text is silent on whether or not this will be the same in the upcoming biennium or be biennialized or treated the same way, and it will be. So this will be reflective of the same nature of this biennium as well as in 23-24.
Good catch. Thank you.
Any other questions, committee? All right, Darren, thanks to you and your staff.
Mr. Chairman.
Good discussions. Oh, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question for Director Westby. Camp Douglas in Douglas, what about moving it to those items to Casper and placing them with another museum that's here in Casper under a different agency's purview and combining the two efforts and moving the operation of this museum here in Casper under your purview? Would you have any thoughts on how to make that happen? I'm pretty sure you know which museum I'm referring to at our airport, and bringing that all under one roof, or not necessarily one roof, but one directorship.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, up until about 6 months ago, I would have said not only no, but heck no. My staff would kill me if I took on any more without any improvements to our budget or staffing. However, we truly do. This agency and my staff, I've been talking to them, they are truly excited about trying to be help leading the state out of its financial crisis that we're in, and being that opportunity to not only be an economic tax revenue generator, economic impact to local communities, community livability. We know that we have the products, and like I said, up until about 6 months ago, I would have said not only no, but now I think everybody's looking at how can we improve and expand our growth potential. How can we get some of those things? However, they're not going to come at $0. We're going to have to come at you with a proposal that's going to have to share some of that burden of not only human resources, but financial resources. And so while I'm not saying no to it, we'll definitely have to add it into our site criteria if that's their choice. By moving Camp Douglas, I think you would lose a lot of the historic context. So I don't know that necessarily would be a wise choice historically, but adding another arrow in the quiver for state parks and historic sites and relating it back to the state of Wyoming, I think is a positive thing. And you at least we're going to take a look at it if they ask us to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Westby, thank you for such optimism on wanting to take a look at that. Much appreciated.
My pleasure.
All right. Committee, I'm going to take a 5-minute recess here before we get to the last committee, Department of Audit. We've been sitting for quite a while here. So we were going to recess for 5 minutes. We'll reconvene at 5 till 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee.
Greetings, Fred, Mark Kinner.
Hello, Representative Kenner. How are you today?
Doing great. Great. Good to see you.
Thank you. You too, sir.
If Shane gets back on, we may have to have him adjust his camera so we can see those critters hanging on the wall behind him.
There he is.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about, Shane. We are live, so we have to, oh yeah, now that's what I'm talking about. Very nice. Very nice. That's an encouraging way to get close to the end of our day here.
Are you suggesting at the end of the day, we should go out and kill something?
If we had the right tag, yes.
That might worry the next agency coming up that we're in the mood to kill something there, Representative Kenner.
I'm not going to comment.
All right, we're going to go ahead and reconvene this meeting. We've got the Department of Audit left. Fred, I am going to turn it over to you. Welcome aboard. We only rough up interim directors just a little more than we normally do regular directors. So welcome to the Joint Appropriations Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to visit with you today. I will give a very brief summary on page 3 of our budget supplemental book and then jump into the page by page. A little bit of history. You're used to seeing Jeff Bogle as the director of the Department of Audit over the past several years present the budget. Jeff retired in July. And so I've been serving as interim director in addition to my duties as the administrator, which also serves as the CFO for the department. My background in the Department of Audit is primarily in the Division of Banking, where I was Deputy Banking Commissioner from 2011 to 2019. So I've been had a very interesting and fast introduction to WOLFs and IBARs and cobblestones and budgeting in the last year and a half, and I look forward to visiting with you today. On page 3, our summary over on the left-hand side, you'll see our divisions. And I did just want to mention that the Department of Audit, as it's currently structured, was created in the 89-90 timeframe by legislation that gathered banking, public funds, and other auditing into one entity to create an independent audit and examination entity. So those are the divisions that you see listed there, and I'll talk about those as we go through. Also on the left-hand side down on the bottom in the sources of funding, you'll see that the Department of Audit is funded with 3 different means. $13.5 million going into this general fund, $5.5 million roughly federal funds for our mineral audit division, and then almost $7 million in other funds, which is our banking division. So I just wanted to mention that as we go through some of this. So back to the top of page 3, column 4, you'll notice the step 3 reductions is empty. We did not have any governor recommended reductions in step 3 after our discussions with the governor's staff and the budget department, so I won't be talking about that today. Column 5, supplemental request is also 0, and we have nothing that we're asking for as a supplement. Didn't think it was prudent. So back to column 3, which will be our step 2 COVID reductions that have already occurred, and I'll be talking about what happened. You will notice the 0 right below the top of that column. That's related to our banking division. Because our banking division is 100% funded by other funds, which are the fees from the banks, trust companies, special purpose depository institutions, consumer compliance licensees, those types of things. They were not part of the step 2 reductions, and so will not be discussed as far as this booklet goes. Going down just a bit in kind of a summary for the department, you'll see that $697,000 really is where the cuts are in our 100 series. I'll get into detail on those when I go through the pages. But just as a note of reference for the Department of Audit, approximately 85 to 90% of our budget is really in the 100 series across the department, whether it's general fund, other fund, federal funds. We did cut a chunk out of our 200 series, and I'll visit in detail about that. And then we do have some down in the 900 series, and I'll visit in detail about that as well. If I may, Mr. Chairman, I'll go to page 9, just briefly to point it out. That was the priorities table that we submitted when we did the budget discussion last year. And those consequences of cuts are really what we talked about then. And those things are still, they're still relevant in as far as where we're at today and where we go forward. And those are that's the nature of what we discussed with the governor's office and the budget department as we work through this. Going to page 14, you'll see the step 2 table that you've seen with everybody. I think it's most effective if I just jump right into the divisions. So if your permission, I'll just roll right into page 17, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Fred.
So on page 17, section 5, what we're talking about here is the administration division. The first part of that is $5,317 that we cut out of the 100 series. That was some overtime that was in the budget that we don't use. And it's the general fund portion of it. The administration division is typically funded 50% general funds, 25% federal funds, and 25% other funds. So this represents the general fund portion of that. I might mention that the way the administration division is organized is that it's comprised of 4 employees. There's the director of the Department of Audit. There's my position, the administrator of the administration division. There's a fiscal clerk who works with me on Wolf's and Payne, those types of things. And then we have our HR coordinator. I do want to mention that while it's not reflected here, the HR coordinator position will be moving to A&I as part of that consolidation. And so the administration division will be down to 3. Moving down to the bottom of that page and then spilling over into page 18, priority 9 is some reduction in 200 series in the administration division. Again, this represents the general fund portion of the budget. And so what that would do, would impact primarily the director travel, director training, attending conferences. The rest of the administration division doesn't really do any traveling. And so we've got also some cuts in some products and supplies and those types of things as we continue to try to tighten that area as well. So that's $31,744 general fund from 200 series in the administration division. Rolling down to the bottom of that page, priority number 10 on page 18. This is a reduction in the 900 series. There was a little bit of money in the 900 series on our standard budget that we're not using and that we're not, sometimes we would use that for the administration division for other divisions, but we really tried to push that to the division so that it's really reflected properly as to where it's being used. And so reducing that $1,442 there. So overall, it's not a big drop in the administration division. It's right now there's 3 of us supporting the 105 people in the department. And so if no questions there, Mr. Chairman, I would roll on to the next division.
All right, page 23, I believe, Fred.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, page 23. And now I'm talking about our public funds division. And this is the division that's responsible for auditing state, local governments, school districts, those types of things. And so we did a couple of things in this one. Priority 1 on page 23, working with our budget analyst, identified where we've got some positions and where they're currently a little bit below what the budgeted amount is, the benefits. And so we're really reducing that down, which kind of restricts our ability to do anything with those. But we thought it prudent to get those down to what they're actually being paid right now. And so it's not a lot out of the 100 series in that division, $73,162. Spills over into the next page, page 24. Priority number 3 is where the chunk of this one came out of this division in the 200 series. And you'll see a decrease of $105,551 in the 200 series. That will essentially reduce the amounts we're able to pay for auditor training, travel, and supplies. And so what I asked all of our division administrators to do is they look through these, try to find how much we can cut and still do our job in a way that we can continue to do audits to ensure that we can identify fraud, we can protect for fraud, we can identify revenue that's due to the state. So that's what that one represents. Going forward, it'll be a challenge as we attempt to do these things into the next biennium with the lowered standard budget, but that's the cut there. And then the bottom of page 24, priority number 4 is in the 900 series. And this is a reduction between the approved budget and the current statewide audit contract, plus the cost of an upcoming peer review. I might go a little more into detail on that one. I know there were questions when we presented the budget about a year ago. Every 4 years, we enter into, well, let me back up. The Public Funds Division is responsible for having the statewide audit, the CAFR audit, working with the CAFR group at the State Auditor's Office for the comprehensive annual financial review. A lot of that work is very important to the state to ensure that funds are being spent where they should. It's also important to ensure that we receive the federal funds that are due. And so a lot of the federal agencies require that kind of that level of audit. So every 4 years, we do a request for proposal and go through that process. And as we talked about a year ago, MHP was the successful applicant. They've got a history with the state. They've been doing it for several years. And so at that time, I think, if I remember right, we were in the negotiation phase of doing the contract as a result of the RFP. And so what our budget request at that time was the standard budget. Once we got through all that, the biennium cost for that contract is $1,860,675. And so that's lower than our standard budget. What we've done here is we've cut the standard budget down to what that level is for the biennium for this MHP contract. What that does is we go into the next biennium is MHP's proposal in the RFP had an escalating clause. And so each year it goes a little higher. We're able to get through this year and next year, but in the next biennium, we would have to request from you the appropriation to handle that escalation. Or the way the contract's actually done is the contract is a yearly contract. And so at the end of that year, we can revisit the contract, work with the vendor at that point and have those discussions. So I will say that given
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And as you visit about this, are you tied into one vendor? I mean, surely you can renegotiate a contract with, if it's only a year, you can go out and RFP it and get a different contract, different vendor, right?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, we do have some of that ability. This current contract expires in April. They're doing the audit on fiscal year 20. And so it would be my thought that it wouldn't be prudent to do it in the middle of a ongoing audit because they're deep into it, and with everything with the CARES funding and all of that, but we do have the ability to either negotiate with MHP, which happened a few years ago during those budget cut years. And in good faith, they worked with the Department of Audit and reduce some of their fees at that point. So
just a follow up, Mr. Chairman. So how many firms around the country do this kind of work?
There are a number of firms, Mr. Chairman and Representative Summers. There are a number of firms who do that. I think we had, if I remember right, anywhere from 5 to 7 who responded to the request for proposal last year. And so I think after our session last year, we provided to you the scoring on how that was done. Because even though a group applied for the to the RFP, they may not have the experience of doing like MHP or some other vendors as well. So my point is that there are others that do that, and there were others that applied for this particular contract, and we did take into account with procurement's help the scoring on everything from experience to cost to what they can do to make sure they meet the standards that are required.
So in the end, Mr. Chairman, in the end, did we pick the second, the third, the fourth lowest proposal bid, or kind of give me just an idea on that number, you know, where we were at with respect to cheapest, let's say.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, thank you. And I'm going to take a stab at this, and if I get it wrong, Division Administrator Justin Chavez is on the call as well, and I might ask him to, with your permission, to jump in here too. But MHP was not the lowest, and they were not the highest. They were probably in the middle range in terms of just dollar amounts.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, this is all state contracts. I think agencies get used to certain entities because they like them, they've built relationships, they trust them, and I don't discount that. At the same time, it's always important to review costs and whether there's other firms out there that can provide as good a product at the same or lower price.
I think that was a statement, Fred. I don't know that it requires a response. Anyway, back to the budget. Unless you have a follow-up, Representative Summers. No? All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So with that, I believe we were at the bottom of page 24 over into page 25, which deals with that 900 series. And so, and then there's a discussion there at the bottom of our booklet about the real concern on the federal side of federal funding and the importance of doing that audit and doing it right. So unless there are other questions, I can move to the next division.
Hey, Fred, I've got a question on page 23 when you show that reduction in the overtime, and that showed an object code 103. Is there more money that's embedded in there that's designated for overtime that we're not seeing?
Mr. Chairman, no, not to my understanding. For example, in the administration division and in the public funds division, we identified all of that with working through our budget analyst. It was a very small amount, but we're not using it. And so I think we've identified that.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Page 28.
Mr. Co-Chair. So
Representative Co-Chair Nicholas.
So Kevin, for these entities that are designating certain dollars for overtime, should we put a line item someplace in this so we can see what it is when we review budgets on a biennial basis?
Mr. Chairman, I had thought about that, and I thought about a couple other deals also with the overtime. The challenge that we have with the overtime is it's not person or position specific. So we do all the position budgeting and it works really well, and we capture the federal and special. The overtime, what we do is we use really a position number itself that can be put into the budget that the agencies then can pay it out to positions that actually experience the overtime. So that's the history of why we do what we do. But I'm absolutely certain that we can work with Auditor Racinez and figure out a way to where we can update the IBAR system so where this becomes readily clear to JAC. And on top of that, we're not resistant to providing you the overtime report that we're currently working on. And I think that is going to be the simplest, least expensive way, and we can continue to provide that information, and we can even adapt something inside the Chapter 17 on the overtime. And then when we get to the markup, I've been thinking about an approach that perhaps that we can use on the overtime to where we could facilitate it as well.
All right, Fred, back to you if you want to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Page 28. This is our mineral audit division, and this is the division that's funded approximately 40% from general funds and 60% from federal funds. And those come through a contract with the Office of Natural Revenue Resources Revenue, which is a division of the Department of the Interior. And so that contract is an ongoing contract that gets negotiated every year, and we have funding for that in the future. So what I'm talking about here is the general fund side of things. And I might mention before I talk about the positions is that many of our mineral audit division positions are funded with that same 60-40% split, if you will. Some of them are 100% general fund, some of them are 100% federal fund. Through timing, we had a couple of positions that came open. One was a senior principal auditor, and one was a mid-level auditor. Our process when we do that is we open those up to there's responsibility for promotions, those types of things. At the end of that, we ended up with 2 vacant entry-level positions. The challenge is in trying to get to some of our numbers is if we cut those, it would cut both federal funds and general funds. And federal agencies have not asked us to reduce our federal funding. And so we worked with the budget department to identify some of our positions that we could do some swapping. So you've got some positions that are left now that are 100% federal funded, and you've got some positions that were 100% general fund, and those were the 2 vacant positions. So we had every intent to fill those, but this all occurred around the time that the budget crisis and the pandemic happened. So the net result of that is you'll see a $342,688 reduction in the general fund 100 series for the mineral audit division. I will say we have a little bit of a thing we need to work on. The funding there also eliminates funding for a half position, what we thought of as a half position in the department. And that half position has also been removed from the mineral audit division's number of positions with A&I, but it still shows on this report, it looks like we've done 2, we've actually done 3 in terms of funding. And so I just did want to point that out in all to ensure that for clarity and to ensure you understood what that would look like, because next time it'll say 37 instead of 38 positions.
Representative Stiff.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Director Wright, the Mineral Audit Division makes money for the state, right?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stiff, that's correct. And I don't mean to jump ahead of your question. I apologize.
No, that's kind of my question. So is it, I don't know, I guess a policy question, is it a good idea to cut anybody if they're a revenue producing person?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stiff, thank you for the question. Historically, we've gone back and did some most recent looking. And for about every dollar that we spend on a revenue audit, whether it's in the mineral audit division or the excise tax division, we return approximately $4 either in assessments or collections. That's gone as high in the past as $1 and an $8 return. Part of that depends on size of companies, those types of things. So yes, to answer your question, it does identify and bring in revenue. In my view, those positions, every time you cut one, you diminish the ability and capacity for the department to identify that revenue that's due to the state.
Continue, Fred.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Yep. Representative, Mr. Co-Chair Nicholas.
So Fred, I don't see on that trend, on these two positions, you say you're going to fund them with federal dollars, but I don't see the corresponding reduction in federal funds on page 30. So how do we track the impacts to the federal funds?
So, Mr. Co-Chairman, hopefully I can explain this, and maybe Director Hibbert could help me too if I bailed me out. But so if we take a position that's 60-40 federal general fund, and we swap them with other positions, at the end of that swapping, we're not reducing or increasing the federal portion of what's being done in our 100 series. It's moving it from a position so that one may end up being a 100% federal fund, but the overall level doesn't increase or decrease on the federal fund side of things. And I thought it was in here, but we do have, when we were going through the step 2 proposals, there is a chart that shows the positions and how they work together and how you get to that net end result. And so that may be something that would be helpful.
All right, what do we got? One more item, Fred?
One more item on the Mineral Audit Division, Mr. Chairman. Get back to my page there. So, and this is again, I might not explain this right, but when I worked with the budget analyst, as we did that swapping, we needed to identify something in another fund to kind of essentially equalize it. We ended up with this increase in Fed on the 200 on the out-of-state travel, and an increase and a decrease to the general fund, so it nets out to zero. And so you can see that the zero net effect there. Now, Mr. Chairman, if I may, page 33, the excise tax division. And again, this is another one of our divisions that identify and bring revenue into the state. We were asked to get to close to 10% as we could. Because only 10% of our overall budget roughly is 200 series, we can't cut that completely. We need funds to actually operate. So it throws us into the 100 series. Again, these were vacant positions. We had a retirement. We had 2 retirements. And so by the time that trickles down, the positions that are open end up being entry-level auditor positions. These are 100% general fund positions. And so you'll see $276,619 there. And I will mention, you may remember that I believe it was in 2017. Anyway, for BFY 19, the department was appropriated 3 additional auditor positions in the excise tax division due to the A&M study. And so what this really does is it gives back 2 of those 3 positions. And Mr. Chairman, on page 34, if I may, this has been an additional cut in the excise tax division in the 200 series. And like other divisions, it impacts travel, training. We did give up a permanently assigned vehicles. We brought a couple of positions back to Cheyenne that were outlying positions. And so we really need to retain some in and out of state travel for these divisions, because while we have become much more adept at doing off-site electronic work, as everybody is, we do still have taxpayers around the state, local businesses, those types of things that don't have electronic records, that won't ship their records to Cheyenne, and I don't blame them. And so we need some of that face-to-face time back when we're traveling to ensure that we have a appropriate audit coverage discussion, that type of thing. So we try to retain some ability to do that. And Mr. Chairman, that's the end of my booklet.
So Fred, I've got a question for you. And you mentioned that those 3 positions that we increased were a result of that A&M efficiency study that we looked at to try to go out there and get those. Do you have any evidence that in the short time that you had those positions that there was any increase in revenue? Getting back to your earlier statement with the other, mineral auditing, that 1 for 4, 1 for 8, is there any way that you can quantify whether those positions resulted in increased collection of excise taxes?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm looking for it. I think when we responded to a couple of requests for information from as part of that ongoing A&M study, but I believe in our budget book last year, which would be included here, we have a paragraph on kind of what happened with the increase in those or adding those auditors. And so there's some discussion in here about, the first year you don't really gain anything because you're training, putting money into it. By year 2, it takes about 2 years to grow a new excise tax auditor. You're beginning to see that return on investment. And so I'm not putting my finger quite on it, but I think it's on page 7 is where some of that detail may be. And I do have a Excise Tax Division Administrator Shane Taylor's on the call as well. If he has anything to add to that, Mr. Chairman, he may be available.
Shane, you want to take a stab at that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, we do have some numbers on that. I have been tracking that ever since the A&M study with these positions. With our fiscal year 20 numbers, this was just our numbers through April of 2020. The 3 new positions accounted for about $182,000 in expenditures, while our total assessments generated by these 3 new people was $341,000 for fiscal year 20.
So 1 to 1 on a new trainee, roughly.
About 2 to 1.
2 to 1.
And these are new people who go through a vigorous training, and we don't really even consider them fully trained until about their 2nd year of employment. So they've been doing some pretty good work and actually been outpacing our expectations there. So it's been pretty positive.
It's pretty hard to get rid of somebody that's making you money. I don't know anybody in the private sector that does that, but maybe government's different. All right, committee, any more questions for Director Rife or his staff? All right, thank you, gentlemen. That wraps up. I'm sure we will have an additional conversations, and so thank you for your presentations today. Dawn, I'm going to turn it over to you. What do we need to do to finish out today and get prepared for tomorrow?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, you have nothing further on the agenda for today. You do have a decision point for tomorrow, however. I have emailed out the bill draft, which is scheduled for about 8 to 10 a.m. tomorrow last night. That's the Budgeting and Expenditure Authority. Simply put, that's B11 and contingency appropriation. We also have an agency in the wings, the Department of Corrections. We could move from Friday afternoon until Thursday morning if you wish to postpone the consideration of legislation. While you're thinking about that, I will say that the Board of Equalization has replaced the State Budget Department. Recall we were running a little ahead yesterday. So we've moved the Board of Equalization from Friday afternoon to Thursday afternoon in the 1:45 slot. That should help us out a little bit on Friday's schedule. And then finally, one last comment. Tomorrow is primarily Education Day, higher education in particular, with the community colleges presenting as well as the University of Wyoming. I don't mean to discount the Office of State Lands and Department of Insurance, although they are much smaller agencies. One additional item for your consideration is I believe both higher education entities will like to discuss their capital construction request. However, those we actually have scheduled for a separate time for all state capital construction next Monday. And with your direction, I can advise them either to engage in the conversation of capital construction or put those with the other state entities on Monday.
Mr. Co-Chair, what are your thoughts?
Well, I would put it to the committee. Do we have a preference?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to get some of these bills looked at. We keep shoveling them back. They're going to stockpile up on us and we'll have to deal with them. I'd sure like to consider this unless, you know, of course I'll do whatever you guys direct us, but I'd just soon keep the schedule.
Don, just can you give us a 2-minute rundown of what the bill is? Is this something we can do in an hour, or at least kind of get acquainted with it? Or do you think what's your thinking of why we need 2 hours?
Mr. Chairman, it is, if the committee elects to adopt it, it is it is your most complicated bill this interim. It's about a 25, 30-page bill. And it builds upon the budget shortfall measures. And it also, this was the discussion of capital construction appropriations, whether or not the governor could B11 funds, federal funds or other funds for projects, whether he could access reserve accounts with his authority. So Tamara is prepared to present that, but this is not like one of the bills that was postponed yesterday or bills that are scheduled later on. This one is fairly complicated.
Well, it'd be nice to do something else besides doing what we're doing.
Well, and my recollection is this is probably something that, assuming that if we did have a split session or an earlier session, given where we're at, this might be a high priority bill for the legislature to look at. I think we really need to work this one.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so I would say just leave the schedule it is, and I won't be available Friday. I've got to go chair Select Water Committee Friday. So that's why I'm going to be gone. So I'd like to be here for this discussion. So I think we just need to leave the schedule as it is, Don.
And then Don, there was one other option of moving something to Monday. What was that?
Well, whether or not you want the higher education entities to bring up their capital construction requests tomorrow or on Monday.
Monday.
Monday, I think would be all right.
Thank you very much.
All right, committee, any other last thoughts? Any committee members? Mr. Co-Chair? All right, with that we're going to adjourn for the day, and we will reconvene tomorrow at 8 o'clock to take up 265. So y'all got to do a little reading this evening. Or in the morning if you're like me. All right, we'll see you tomorrow. Co-Chairman Nicholas, you're chairing the committee tomorrow. All right, we're good to go.